Is somebody on that other? Oh, okay.
Are we ready? We're ready?
Good, good, good. All right. Did they already take some more? I believe so. Oh, good, okay.
I am calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I am Phil Mendelson, Chairman of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Friday, March 18th, 2022. The time is 12:15 in the afternoon. This hearing is being conducted in person in room 500 of the Johnny Wilson Building, although there is participation by several members virtually over the Zoom video conference broadcast platform. I believe there are 3 members present virtually, Council members Allen, Gray, and Trayon White. The subject of this hearing is a public briefing on the mayor's fiscal year 2023 proposed budget. This is for, I think, as many years that Mayor Bowser has been mayor. She's been good enough to present the budget to the council personally, although I guess the last 2 years wasn't exactly personally since it was online. And so that's what we are about today. As I said, the purpose of today's hearing is for Mayor Bowser to present her proposed fiscal year 23 budget and financial plan to the council. Members will be given the opportunity to provide opening remarks. Then we will hear testimony from Mayor Bowser and our Chief Financial Officer, Dr. Fitzroy Lee. Each member will be afforded one 10-minute round while the mayor is present. And then one 10-minute round, which the mayor may or may not be present for, but the city administrator, Kevin Donahue, and the CFO will be present. So there'll be 2 rounds of questions from members, 10-minute rounds. I would like to begin by thanking Mayor Bowser, the city administrator, and the budget director, Jenny Reed, and the entire EOM team for the work they put into completing this budget. I'd also like to thank the Chief Financial Officer, the Deputy CFO, Eric Kennedy, and their teams at the Office of the Chief Financial Officer for compiling and certifying this budget. The Council looks forward to working with you over the next 10 weeks as we review, modify, and adopt the fiscal year 2023 budget. The resources available to the mayor for a fiscal year 2023 budget proposal are considerable. The fiscal year 2023 local funds budget has surpassed the $10 billion mark for the first time ever, $10.7 billion to be exact. This is $1.3 billion more in local funds budgeted in FY 2022. The fiscal year 2023 proposed gross funds budget is gross funds, is $19.5 billion, which is $1.2 billion more than last year. The fiscal year 2023 capital budget is $2.5 billion, an increase of $400 million over the current fiscal year. It is the council's responsibility to ensure that large expenditure increases like the ones proposed in the mayor's budget are well conceived, are responsibly invested, and are properly used to achieve the intended policy goals. Or to state that in other ways, that the money that we're spending effectively and efficiently. If it's intended for a policy, that it's actually making a difference with regard to the policy. I'm looking forward to reviewing the proposed budget with an eye toward more effective utilization of district resources. Starting this Monday, that's 3 days from now, the council committees will begin hearing public testimony on the proposed budgets for the agencies under their purview, and will be questioning executive agency witnesses. The hearing schedule is available on the council's website. I'm saying that for the public's benefit. The hearing schedule is available on the council's website, www.dccouncil.us, along with instructions for how to provide testimony. On April 8th, again, April 8th, the Committee of the Whole will hold the final hearing on the mayor's proposed budget on all of the legislation that's been introduced related to the proposed budget, which includes the Fiscal Year 2023 Local Budget Act, the Fiscal Year 2023 Federal Portion Budget Request Act, the Fiscal Year 2023 Budget Support Act, the Fiscal Year 2022 Revised Local Budget Emergency Act, and the Fiscal Year 2022 Second Revised Local Budget Emergency Act. All of those will be subject to a hearing on April 8th by the Committee of the Whole. The individual committees of the Council will mark up their budget recommendations on April 20th and April 21st, and the Council will have its first reading on the measure on May 10th. I will now turn to colleagues for opening statements, roughly in the order in which they arrived. Councilmember McDuffie.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chairman, Madam Mayor, CFO, and team. We really appreciate you all being here to speak with us and discuss the budget this morning. As I review said $19.5 billion budget, I'm optimistic that our great city and its resilient residents and small businesses are in the process of successfully negotiating our way out of the most widespread public health emergency in generations. Although it's been a very painful journey, I'm confident, grateful that our efforts of the council and the executive have put us on a pathway to recovery. I continue to appreciate the countless hours spent in consultation with district government agencies and the difficult decisions made by the council and others to shape and balance where we are today. And I appreciate the executive and all the work of the CFO and collaborating to produce this proposed budget. As the council starts its review of those decisions made to get us here today, I must emphasize the urgency of focusing on equity, as well as our most underserved and vulnerable residents and businesses, which has been my priority during my tenure, but especially over the last couple of years. Prior to the mayor releasing a proposed budget, I submitted a letter outlining our Ward 5 and economic development related budget priorities. For instance, my letter sought significant investment in initiatives that assist minority and women-owned businesses and long-term district residents. I'm grateful to see some of those requests included in your proposed budget, Madam Mayor, in the form of further investments in the Equitable Impact Assistance Fund, the Commercial Property Acquisition Fund, and a new down payment assistance program for long-term district residents, among others. However, there's some vital programs that I believe must be funded at a greater level, and some of the language more fully fleshed out. And I want to note just a couple of those areas right now. One is the Commercial Acquisition Fund. I was really delighted to see that the proposed budget provides additional funding for a program that has seen some really great interest to date, and I think that's needed, especially after the brutal effects and the lingering effects of the pandemic. Another is the Legacy Business Assistance Program. We know the pandemic has disproportionately impacted minority-owned businesses. It's a fact in the district. We've seen how they've been devastated, and I think making sure that funding is there to support them to fully recover is important. The Black Home Ownership Fund is something else that I think is worth highlighting. Support for districts, go-go musicians is something that I've been a champion for. We made it the official music, and we put money in the budget in the past that has gone to support the go-go economy. But we want to make sure that the resources are sufficient. Flood smart homes, as well as downtown recovery, which is critical. Our hospitality, leisure industries have been devastated, and making sure that the proposed budget does everything it needs to support the workers in that industry is extraordinarily important. So overall, this budget is an important start. However, there remains some questions that are going to be fleshed out through the council's oversight process, and I look forward to working with my colleagues to be able to do that and work with residents and small businesses who plan to testify to help us throughout that process. Thank you again, Chairman, Madam Mayor, Dr. Lee. We look forward to today's discussion.
Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie. Councilmember Allen is next, followed by Councilmember Lewis George. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Madam Mayor, and to your team. Good to see you virtually.
You are muted at the moment.
I am not muted on my end.
All right, we're not hearing you.
Muted here.
Maybe there's something at our end.
Just trying to make sure it's not just yours. Check one.
Yeah, Can you hear me too, Trayon?
I can hear you, yes.
Yeah. I think it's probably the speakers connecting here.
Yeah, we're getting a, yeah, we can't hear you in the chamber. All
Well,
right, I know this has got to be frustrating. I think what I want to do is go to the next in the chamber and see if we can't work out the voice or the sound on the, for those of you who are participating virtually. Councilmember Lewis George will be followed by Councilmember Henderson unless we get back to the Zoom.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Madam Mayor, City Administrator, and the entire executive staff and the CFO who are present today. As I think we stated on Tuesday, we are excited about so many of the investments we see within this budget, specifically those that concern my Ward 4 community. As we've dug a little deeper over the last couple of days, some of my questions I will highlight will center around, we will revisit education, again, talking about the overcrowding issues, critical issues at both Lafayette Elementary and Roosevelt, as well as our swing space crisis that we have in our ward to ensure that our schools are modernized, as well as the need for the funding for our DCPS Technology Equity Act that is before the council, and making sure we have those things there. In addition to that, I will be asking a lot of questions about our early childhood, something I know we've worked on hard in the council around childhood education pay parity. What I have not seen yet is sort of language in the subtitle for a long-term implementation for that pay parity for childcare workers, and so early childhood educators. And so I will be asking sort of questions about where we will see that or if that will be upcoming. In addition to those questions in education and technology, I do have some further questions around transportation, some questions around the crosswalk guards that we talked about and how that will work with them being full-time, as well as questions about how we can continue to make investments in some of our most dangerous corridors. I know we saw 170 new automated traffic enforcement speed cameras. Want to dig into how we work with the new Racial Equity Office, helping to advise on those placements to prevent further over-surveilling and tickets of Black residents in communities, and balancing that with our traffic needs with that. I will have questions additionally around public safety. I did see some shifts currently with the Cure the Streets Violence Intervention Program. Ward 4 is having 2 new Cure Violence Intervention programs starting very soon, and so I was concerned about whether we were removing or enhancing the reoccurring funds for those Cure the Streets programs. I did have questions, further follow-up regarding a number of our incentives as we look at specific hiring incentives. And so I will be going to the city administrator to ask about a few things regarding what I see. I think we see decreases in some of the OVSJG funding, but I would like some clarifications on that language. As well as what we're doing. I saw raising wages for contracting purposes for our direct care professionals, working with individuals with disabilities, but wanting to make sure we're there. Lastly, I saw some issues with sort of what we're going to do with maintenance with DPW and DPR and handling those repairs, and so I want to dig deeper. And then the last thing is with our OTA legal service staffing, it looks like we're reducing staffing, and I think in a city where we have so many tenants, overwhelming majority of tenants, we need to be seeing more staffing and less staffing. And so I look forward to digging into these questions with Madam Mayor, as well as the city administrator, and hope that we can do what we can and do our part to make sure that we have a just recovery for all of our residents here in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. We're going to turn next to at-large Councilmember Christina Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. McDuffie, and good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Mr. CFO, or I want to say Dr. CFO, Mr. City Administrator, and to Budget Director Reed. Mayor Bowser, I appreciated your budget presentation on Wednesday at the library. It was exciting to learn about your priorities, some of our shared priorities, and the positive impact the proposed budget will have on residents of the district. But as they say, the devil is in the details. And while we still don't have all the details, we of course have questions on everything ranging from MPD to education to transportation infrastructure. And this is where the push and pull with the council over budget priorities begins and how the process goes each and every year. One of those areas I'll be pushing to understand better is around the increases in the various FTEs at agencies. We talked about this a little bit on Wednesday. And while I don't disagree with many of our agencies' need for additional capacity in terms of services, I do believe we need a plan of how we plan to target potential workers, provide competitive salaries and benefits, and ensure they have proper training and credentials needed for their respective positions. I'll give one example. A year ago, we had this conversation with Chief Conti at his budget hearing, and he said the following, quote, "We are unable to keep pace with the attrition at this point. We can responsibly hire a certain amount of officers within the budget cycle. The other piece of it is the hiring cycle. If the budget is passed tomorrow, we are not able to turn on the spigot and have recruits start raining out of the sky. There is a pipeline that has to be put in place and built in order to begin hiring, and we are depleted of a pipeline. If we were able to hire 300 additional officers or 400 additional officers, I mean, that would be the case, but we are not able to responsibly do that at this time. So as we move through this budget, I hope that we can collaborate in a civil and productive manner as we perform our oversight responsibilities, asking meaningful questions to get towards a common goal for having efficient functioning government serving the best interests and safety of our residents and workers. I do want to note a couple of things in the education cluster that I was pleased to see in your budget. First, the continuing dedication to the objective approach to school modernizations, following the PACE ranking list with fidelity. Increasing the funding for DCPS small capital projects, including HVAC, the expansion of DPR summer camp slots, the new indoor sports complex at RFK, so our student athletes don't have to travel to neighboring jurisdictions to practice and compete. And then the expansion of DC Public Library hours back to pre-pandemic levels. All of these investments will have transformative impacts on our communities. And I look forward to working with you, Madam Mayor, and your team over the next 70 days to produce a budget that works for all DC residents and workers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. I don't know if we have the audio working, but I'm going to see Councilmember Allen.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
No, still not working. All right, staff is going to keep working on this, whatever we need to do. Sorry about that. Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Madam Mayor, CFO Lee, City Administrator Donahue, and Budget Director Reed, and to your teams. Developing this budget is very hard work. I recognize that. All of us want to see a city that is prosperous from end to end and prosperous to a degree that matches the historic wealth of our city. I also recognize that this is a budget that seems like more of the same. Every year, our budget hits a record high, and we spend that money plus money we borrow. But with one record-setting budget after another, we don't see record-setting impact. Having a lot of money is good, but when the problem is a government flailing under the weight of daily scandals and when press has to busy themselves with March Madness-style brackets to determine which agencies are collapsing the worst, the fundamental problem is not money. With consecutive record-setting budgets, crime is at a peak we haven't seen in decades. We have more poverty than most other places. Homelessness is spreading across our city. Council offices are overwhelmed with complaints about basic city services. Our population is declining, and hundreds of families are unenrolling from our public schools and moving to other parts of the region. So while I applaud the good programs, I recognize that one, they don't revolve around a clear agenda, and two, there are significant administrative problems. This series of record-setting budgets has given us every year an opportunity to change our trajectory and capitalize on the district's wealth to ensure that Black communities and other communities of color can take full advantage of city services, rising land values, safe neighborhoods, job opportunities, and good schools. But the people who were struggling before these record-setting budgets are still struggling, but now they're struggling without hope, and that's a dangerous thing. On public safety and crime reduction, these are not game-changing investments. It is more of the same with some shifts around the edges. Meanwhile, on Wednesday, someone pulled out a gun in front of my daughter's daycare. That night, there was a shooting steps away, the sixth shooting in 3 weeks. There are half a dozen daycares within 2 blocks, and this is not a unique problem. That's why I was hoping to see major investments in violence prevention programs, but instead we see modest tweaks from the FY22 levels. nowhere near the scale we need to address the public safety problem today. On education yesterday, we received news that literacy scores are widening between white students and students of color. The pandemic can take the blame for part of this, but these problems existed before COVID. So what are we doing that's different? In your budget recommendations, I see investments to increase police retention and improve police recruitment, but I don't see investments that will impact teacher retention and teacher recruitment. If we don't retain our teachers, if we can't recruit new teachers, we will continue to see the same challenges year after year in education and also in crime because there is a direct correlation. On housing, the investments in the Housing Production Trust Fund are certainly historic, and I hope that it will provide us with the supply of affordable housing we need. In the past, we have not seen Housing Production Trust Fund dollars generating the level of deeply affordable housing that we really need to focus on if we are going to make a dent in the affordable housing crisis. The units that will be created by this increase won't come online for years, and I'm concerned about what we're doing for families today who are not yet homeless. This week, I spoke to LaToya, a single mother of 2 children who works 2 jobs and cried on the phone with me because she hasn't been able to pay her rent since December, despite working as hard as she can to make ends meet. On mental health, the additional investments in the school-based mental health programs are promising, but the vacancies we already see in the program are huge. Many schools don't have the first school-based mental health clinician they were promised this year. So I worry that even though the funding is there, we won't be able to make this promise real. And I'm glad that we are very focused on the mental health of our students, but I also think we need to be placing a significant emphasis on the mental health of adults and especially our district employees. So many of our employees have difficult jobs and experience secondary trauma as a result. This includes our teachers, our case managers, our social workers, our benefit service center employees. What are we doing to support adult mental health and ensure that people can access services when and where they need them? And finally, I'm concerned that we are not meeting the need of our time on our climate crisis. So I have a number of questions. I appreciate, again, the work that you and your team have put into this budget, but I think we have to push ourselves further because this window of opportunity with this level of budgets that we have and people across the city ready to lean in means that we should be doing something transformational. Together, I think we can get that done. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Let me see, Councilmember Allen, try again. I don't know that anything's changed.
Well, let's find out. Did it change? Can you hear me? Can you hear me at all?
We can hear you. If you could speak a little louder, but yes, we
All
can
right.
hear you.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Technology can work. All right, excellent. Well, good afternoon, and thanks to the IT team for helping figure and sort that out. So thanks. And Madam Mayor, thank you again and your team for putting this budget together. There are a lot of investments in this budget that I strongly support and I believe can make a meaningful difference. Clearly, our role, of course, now is to dig into those details, to understand the assumptions underneath each of those investments, and I hope collaborate on the goals of what can be accomplished within each. We obviously are still digging into those details. Broadly, very important priorities for me is how this budget seeks to fully fund our public safety response, investing in both a safe and a just city. And as the chair of that committee, we'll certainly be having a number of hearings where we dig into a lot of detail on that. I look at this budget and want to continue to see where are we making significant investments in safe streets and our transit options. I think there are some encouraging parts of this budget, but I want to be able to understand the details of exactly where those investments are going and how they'll translate into those goals. I also think we've got to have a significant investment across the board in our economic recovery and one that is a just economic recovery. I know that tourism and a lot of big business is going to take a lot of outsized attention, but I also know that our local businesses, our small businesses, our DC-owned businesses have got to be a significant priority. Many of those who really shouldered a lot of the burden and don't have the huge lines of credit, don't have the deep pockets, but we're able to make it through, and we've got to be there for them and continue to do that. And then, of course, the education investments that have got to be made. I know there's some significant investments that I'm excited about around our out-of-school time investments, but continuing to see where we can push there, how much more we can doing in terms of our at-risk, and really looking at where we know the gaps have been exacerbated and where these investments, making sure we are meeting our students and our families and our educators where they need us most. Big picture, when I think about this, we can't pass a budget that just tries to get us back to normal. I hope that what we're going to do is advance a budget that really questions why that former normal wasn't working out very well for so many in the first place. And I think that's the opportunity and the duty that's in front of us. I think there's many investments in this budget that are aiming there. I also think there's investments that we can make as the council puts its stamp on this budget that'll continue to make some very significant transformational changes to focus on our residents and the type of just recovery that we all want to see. So thank you, Ms. Mayor, to you and your team. I look forward to today's conversation, in particular, of course, the agency hearings coming up over the next several weeks where we'll dig into with much greater detail. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Councilmember Vince Gray, followed by Councilmember Trayon White.
Hold on one second, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you for convening this opportunity for us to talk about the budget. Today's briefing on today's witnesses on the budget. Mayor Bowser, I'm delighted to see you here, and I'm delighted with some of the investments that you are proposing to make with this budget. We'll talk more about that as we get into the hearings as well. To the Fitzroy Lee, who is our city, who's the CFO, and to the city administrator, Administrator Donahue. Thank you very much for the work that you've done to be able to get us where we are today. So thank you very much. I want to thank the executive also for working hard to be able to put this budget together the way that it has been put together. And we will be working hard to be able to evaluate that budget as we move forward. This budget is intended to move the district forward after several years of uncertainty. The loss that we've experienced due to the coronavirus, the epidemics that are associated with that, and overall, the district has emerged in good financial shape, largely speaking. Though several managed situations are important for us to be able to delve into and to learn more about. This budget includes several requests that I'm looking forward to, and includes, Mayor, both for Ward 7 and citywide. I want to thank you, Mayor, for especially focusing on certain Ward 7 issues, some of which we will delve into maybe in this session and certainly in the aftermath and the hearings that are coming up. I want to especially thank the work that's being done on the new Aquatic Center that it has been included and will be invested in this community for our communities in Ward 7 and for the Aquatic Center for the Hillcrest community. I believe these important and well-deserved projects are important to be able to move forward with. And I want to again thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to be able to speak today and for you convening this hearing. So thank you very much, and we'll look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gray. Councilmember Trayon White, you'll be followed by Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to thank you, Mayor Bowser, Chief Financial Officer Lee, City Administrator Donahue, Director Reed, colleagues, and all the staff to help to prepare this year's proposed budget. I'm thrilled to see the $60 million investment in the regionally competitive sports and recreation complex to provide uh, recreation for all people in the District of Columbia. As you know, I believe that recreation was a tool to help me connect with mentors and pretty much kept me off the streets and saved my life. So more is needed in our city. I also applaud the 3.8 million out of school core recreation programming, 5 million for out of school time. It is my belief that we need to dig deeper and get more money to grassroots organizations. We've lost a lot of that since we closed down the DC Youth Investment Trust Corporation, and we never fully recovered from that. I see also additional 6 million for violence prevention and diversion amongst at-risk youth. And I'm still not quite sure what happened to the proposed 50 million for building blocks that was supposed to be focused on 151 blocks that I believe that's pretty much got shifted back under the deputy city administrator's office, and some of the workers have been scattered throughout the city. So I'm looking forward to hear about that. Also, this 1.7 million for the 23 staff allotted to provide care coordination for at-risk individuals. I think that's good. I'm also want to hear more about how these funds will be spent and working together to coordinate different programs. We need more violence interrupters and training in those areas, not just Ward 7 and 8, as you see and watch the news and see the data. The violence is all over the city now in record numbers. And I think we should have more money dedicated towards that. I appreciate also the $3.8 million dedicated towards the school-based mental health, though I worry that number is extremely too low for the complex needs of our students. We know that the data reflects that our students have been suffering significantly during this pandemic as relates to mental health services. And I'm worried that the average of one mental health professional per school, averaging 400 students a school, is not adequate to address the need. I hope that the allocation of $7.3 million for grants for victims of sexual assault and the 40 million for gun violence prevention prioritize critical mental health needs and really touch those 151 blocks in a comprehensive way. I'm still waiting to see how that's going to roll out going through the summer months, in which, you know, those months are typically more violent than the other seasons. I think that we need a deeper dive into comprehensive mentoring for our youth. As I go into the schools, the culture has shifted from elementary to middle school, even to high school, just relates to the violence in and around schools. I do not believe that the $2.6 million allocated towards MORCA does enough for our returning citizens population. I remain concerned about the prioritization and requirements for projects within the budget. I think this overall looks good as a budget overall, but I want to take a deeper dive into the budget as I get more time, as we go through some of these questions, to figure out how we're going to get people from A to Z. Because we feel like the city is growing financially, but those who are in the class of the have-nots are suffering tremendously, as I get calls over and over again about people still not getting their EROP payments paid and fear of going to court and losing their housing as we dump more and more money into it. We are constantly getting calls about repairs for properties falling apart. And so I'm hoping that this additional money added towards Housing Production Trust Fund is speeded up through the process so we can ensure that people can live in quality, healthy living situations throughout the city. I'm also happy to see that Henley and Simon were in the budget for modernizations, because I do know that some of the schools that have been modernized, are falling apart. I've been to Boone several occasions for the school falling apart, and at Costier, several plumbing issues. We were at Fort Furby Hope. The wreck was built less than a year ago, and the ceiling was leaking. The floor came up, and the pool is leaking water in less than a year. And so while we're dumping money into these, we want to make sure they have quality services done. And this was done by MC and Bill in our community. And so as we put money into these projects, we want to ensure that we are using DCRA to make sure these properties are not falling apart. Again, I want to thank you, Mayor Bowser, and your team, for touching some of the high priority areas that are dear to the residents of Ward 8. I look forward to my colleagues looking deeper into how we can make this budget more sound. Again, thank you, Chairman, and thank you to my colleagues and administration for today. I look forward to the questions.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Councilmember Bonds?
No? Okay. Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon, Mayor and City Administrator and our CFO and our Budget Director, and to all of the members of the administration that are here to talk with us about the budget today. I want to express my gratitude to you, Mayor, for the development of a strong budget with historic investments throughout many areas of need in the district. Special appreciation for the historic investments proposed, of course, in affordable housing, such as the $500 million, or we might as well say $500 million in the Housing Production Trust Fund. Thank you. Also for the $41 million in project-sponsored vouchers that will make housing at 0 to 30%, or as my colleagues call it, deeply affordable units to our low-income residents. And $110 million to rehabilitate or replace more than 1,500 units of public housing. That's a big game changer. Thank you so much for that. And $120 million in rent and utility assistance across 2 years, plus $12 million for a new housing provider fund. And we have some more ideas about funds like this that can help in special need areas of for housing. Then the $26 million to help low-income first-time home buyers with down payment assistance and closing costs. As you know, when I came to the government 8 years ago, we had really the ceiling was 50,000. I moved it to 80, and I was hopeful that we could get to 150. Well, you've outdone yourself. You are at 202 per application. That is truly a game changer. And I know you're saying, well, you know, Councilmember Bonds is smoozing the mayor. I sure am, because this is about things for our citizens, for our residents. And the housing investments are really outstanding, and you deserve to be recognized for that. Also for the housing investments that are towards unhoused residents, including our youth. Also, much gratitude to the initiatives that will help long-time residents stay in the city, as well as services that focus on creating equity throughout the neighborhoods and to improve the lives of the DC residents that are aging. I want to say this 2% senior property tax cap, which lowers the cap on the annual increases in property taxes for seniors from 5% to 2%. That's a biggie. So is the $500 million for dental services, free dental services, and the 750,000 grocery cards. These are real game changers, and I hope that our seniors understand that. Finally, I want to extend appreciation for your announcement regarding the new indoor sports complex. That is something that we all can be very thankful for. And also the $250 million to build the new correctional treatment facility. Thank you very much. And of course, the continued funding for building blocks, the ONES program, and after school and summer programming for our youth. This budget prioritizes the needs of our most vulnerable residents while also providing new resources to our middle-income communities and our seniors. Expanding access to homeownership to all district residents is very important, and the proposal in this budget will help us to accomplish this goal. However, despite the many enhancements that we are seeing throughout the proposed budget, I would be remiss if I did not remind that every aspect of our celebration of the budget plan that you have submitted will be closely scrutinized, as it should be, and that is the expectation of our public. I personally am concerned about residents who are disconnected from the government and not aware of the programs and the services that are available to them. Moreover, there are many areas of significance to residents and businesses and workers that we probably were not able to include in this budget. So we will probably hear from their advocate community on these matters. We are making massive investments throughout the many programs and services as presented in today's budget, and it's extremely important that we, as a government, are serving the residents, particularly those with the most need. And accordingly, Mayor, I want to let you know I look forward to working with you and your staff and my council colleagues to make sure that these initiatives are fully examined and suitable for full funding by the council during the next fiscal year. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon. It's great to see you all here. I think since I joined the council almost 2 years ago, this is the most packed I've seen this room in the Wilson Building, so I'm particularly excited. And it was wonderful to have you all in Ward 2 at our MLK Library on Wednesday to hear the very exciting and impressive budget presentation. And thank you again, Mayor Bowser, to you and your entire team, who I know have been working very hard on this. We have been focused in partnership, and that's a collective we for all of our government, on recovery for our residents and businesses, and the need for revitalization of our downtown and commercial spaces and corridors has been evident. The urgency to bring more people into our public spaces is paramount this year. We have heard repeated calls for action in supporting our neighbors who are experiencing homelessness, and from the hundreds of folks who continue to sleep unsheltered outside every night, the majority of whom are Ward 2 residents. We hear daily from residents across the city about concerns about public safety and what the government is doing to keep everyone safe. And there are a lot of really important pieces of your budget proposal that seek to address many of these challenges. I want to specifically call attention to a few projects that I am very hopeful that will make a meaningful difference in the lives of Ward 2 residents, businesses, and across our entire city. An increase in the number of permanent supportive housing vouchers for our neighbors experiencing homelessness, and an expansion of the emergency rental assistance program. Investments to convert vacant office spaces downtown to housing and grants for pop-up shops to address the vacant storefronts we continue to see in our commercial corridors. Holistic investments in public safety, including our violence interruption programs, out-of-school time programming, support for our Metropolitan Police Department, and funding to reimagine our DC jail, providing rehabilitative services to those who are in our criminal justice systems. For that, thank you. As Councilmember Bonds mentioned, the cap on senior real property taxes, which will make a huge difference in the lives of so many of our seniors. Critical investments in infrastructure and our parks, including the K Street Transitway and the DuPont Deckover project, the Chinatown Green Street demonstration project, and a new field at Francis Field and Hardy Middle School. We are thrilled about investments in our students, including renovations at Francis Stevens and a new Center City Middle School, which will be transformational for the Cardozo feeder pattern. We are still in need of support for our hospitality industry and workers. I'm glad to see inclusion of a BSA subtitle to incentivize some conversions from office space to residential, and hope that we can continue to fund the full Recovery Act as we seek to build a resilient downtown, as well as funding for the Period Act and support for a standalone Ward 2 Senior Center. So I'm looking forward to discussing today how your budget and this budget supports your vision for our city and our shared priorities, as well as over the course of the next 4 weeks with all of the agency directors. So on behalf of Ward 2, thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you, Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Bowser, City Administrator Donahue, Director Reed, Mr. Lee, and your teams for your work to prepare and submit your budget proposal. I want to express my sincere gratitude for the hard work that's been put in by all of you and your team to make sure our budget came together in the face of a rapidly changing landscape of needs in the district. As is the case every year, the hardest work is still in front of us. The positive revenue forecasts and budget surplus represent an opportunity to allow the district to continue investing in strengthening our social safety nets, protecting the most vulnerable among us, and making a full recovery from the pandemic. Nonetheless, we know that many people are still struggling. The continuing rise in rent prices and other everyday goods are just some of the many reminders that there are difficult problems that needed solving before the pandemic that will remain before us as we find our way out of the pandemic. The district must continue its investment in our community in order to ensure our working class residents don't fall behind as pandemic reliefs and protections expire. We must continue to be creative in finding new approaches for how our city invests in emergency rental assistance, transportation infrastructure, affordable housing, and the reforms to certification for the DC Healthcare Alliance program. I also want to thank you for the investments this budget makes in community assets in Ward 1, including a new Rita Bright Recreation Center, full funding for the Park Morton and Bruce Monroe affordable housing projects, and significant backing of the bus priority program. While this budget appears to take steps in the positive direction in many areas, I do have some concerns about a number of programs and services that need more support. I was deeply disappointed to see that the executive unilaterally eliminated the Office of Ombudsperson for Children in its budget proposal, including funding allocated for fiscal year 22. The council unanimously passed the law that established this office, overrode the mayor's veto of the law, and funded the office on a recurring basis in the last budget cycle. This reckless decision to relitigate a battle the executive lost puts children at risk and takes all the guardrails off a child welfare system emerging from 3 decades of necessary federal court oversight. I will work with my colleagues to preserve the will of the council, to protect the district's children, and to restore 100% of the ombudsperson's funding. I do want to note I'm pleased to see $120 million investment in emergency rental and utilities assistance. And while this is a step in the right direction, I do believe the district should consider a permanent source of funding for such assistance programs. We know the need has been greater than the allocated funding. This has been the case for years before the pandemic. I will be working with my team, the budget office, and other council colleagues in the weeks ahead to better understand where recurring dollars are needed and to develop various strategies that enable us to make the needed long-term investments in our city. An equitable and just recovery means that all our residents will need to pitch in, and I look forward to productive conversations about how we can continue to make the district a safe and prosperous city for all of its residents. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. I believe that's all of the council members. Speak up if I missed anybody. Mayor Bowser, we're anxious to hear from you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and I want to wish a good afternoon to all the members of the council present and participating. I am pleased to testify today on my fiscal 2023 Fair Shot budget. This budget is one that reflects what we're hearing from DC residents, their concerns about public safety and affordability, and about how we can better ensure all residents have access to safe and dignified housing, about how we can make our roads safer and continue to rethink how we use public space and commercial corridors. It makes big investments in our young people through our schools and facilities, but also through significant investments in early learning and out-of-school time activities. Mr. Chairman, we appear before you today to make the case for my proposal, to answer your questions, and to do so with the dignity that this process demands, and in a way that makes DC residents proud of both our executive branch and yours, two co-equal branches of government. This $19.5 billion budget is the most equitable budget in the history of the District of Columbia. DC has a lot to be proud of as a city when it comes to our work around giving DC residents a fair shot.
In just the past several months, I've stood side by side with you as we broke ground on a new hospital on the St. Elizabeth's campus in Ward 8 to address health inequalities, and opened at the same campus a new 801 East men's shelter to better support men experiencing homelessness. We launched a pilot to give new and expected moms in wards 5, 7, and 8 direct cash assistance of $900 a month. Finally, we celebrated the groundbreaking of a new grocery store at Skyland in Ward 7. We cut the ribbon on the new Good Foods Market in Ward 8 and celebrated new tech jobs at the intersection of Martin Luther King Avenue and Good Hope Road. We've witnessed the progress at our DC Infrastructure Academy, which I created to make sure DC residents had a fair shot at good-paying jobs in infrastructure. And since we opened in 2018, more than 1,900 DC residents have been trained for careers in high-demand infrastructure industries. And when we look beyond the past months, there's even more we can celebrate. The fact that in 6 years, we drove family homelessness down by 73% and produced the blueprint that will allow us to transform the men's single system. We have transformed our public education system over the past 15 years because of taxpayer investments, mayoral accountability, and council oversight. Today, DC has one of the lowest uninsured rates in the nation because of our work together. And the diversity of our small businesses and the recognition we have received as a top city for Black women entrepreneurs. So in big ways and small, we are rightfully refusing to lose our chocolate city identity and our reputation for being a city where Black residents can thrive and build a strong middle class. And this is not just true for Black and brown Washingtonians. It is a sentiment shared by residents of all races and backgrounds across all 8 wards. But the anxiety of our residents is growing, and it is especially growing for Black and brown residents. The achievements and progress I just listed only mean so much to Washingtonians who are looking at their household budgets and wondering how much longer they can afford to stay in DC, or residents who are watching the rise in gun violence and wondering if the next victim will be someone they love. So when I say that this is the most equitable budget in the history of Washington, D.C., I say that because with this budget and with this $19.5 billion, we will do 2 things. First, we are funding short and immediate solutions to some of our greatest challenges around affordability and public safety. For example, we lay out a path to get MPD back to 4,000 officers. And this year, we fund the hiring of 347 officers. This year, we propose using $31 million to end chronic homelessness for 500 single adults and 260 families. But because this budget is so big, we have an opportunity to go much deeper than just funding immediate solutions. We have the opportunity to attack in a very intentional ways the root causes of our anxieties and inequities. So with a $5.7 billion health and human services budget, we can fund programs that primarily serve Washingtonians who are disproportionately affected by disparities in health outcomes, wealth, and opportunity. We are completing the build-out of a new hospital and integrated healthcare system east of the river, as I promised in my inaugural address in 2015. We are ending chronic homelessness, connecting more seniors to dental care services and nutritional foods, helping LGBTQ residents find housing and jobs, making sure more DC residents are insured and have access to high-quality health care, and funding the mental and behavioral health care people need to live healthy lives, starting with highly trained professionals in our elementary schools. We are also funding an increase to the wages of direct service professionals, mostly minority workers who take care of some of our most vulnerable residents. With a $5 million housing production trust fund, we can add thousands of new affordable homes. As I sit here today, we have a pool of $398 million in applications and another set of applicants waiting to apply, waiting for you to say yes to $500 million in additional investment. We can continue to work the work we started with our housing equity report and neighborhood targets for affordable housing. Work that is rooted in the belief that through smart and intentional policy, we can make real progress in fixing the legacy of redlining in DC. With $251 million for a new jail, we can intentionally design and build a facility that better supports our values as a community. And that intention is to help people transform their lives while serving their time. Our intention is to build a facility that better supports rehabilitation and successful reentry. And for people not in custody who need help escaping dangerous cycles of violence, we are funding a new life coach program, part of our growing budget for a public health approach to preventing violence. With a $40 million package of legacy initiatives, we can help more Black residents who right now are wondering whether they need to move out of DC to afford rent, and how we can support their wealth building. And we know the best way to do that is through home ownership. We can also help seniors age in place by lowering the cap on property taxes and by providing legal assistance to families. We can help more Washingtonians pass on their homes to the next generation, keeping families like mine who have lived here for generations in Washington, D.C. With a $2.2 billion education budget, we can address the immediate pandemic-related needs of our students in DC public school families so that they can have a strong, equity-based budget model that ensures at-risk students who need the most are getting the most. Additionally, we will continue to make progress in adding more high-quality childcare seats across the city with another round of access to quality grants and $68 million to add more than 500 infant and toddler seats in our DCPS portfolio. And for our older learners, we added $900,000 to the UDC budget to retain a strong teaching staff and increase capital over $18 million to support their renovations. And with $13.5 million for expanded recreation starting this summer and another $60 million to build a new indoor sports complex on the RFK campus, we can ensure kids in all 8 wards, regardless of their family's income, can grow up with the same opportunities to play sports and enjoy the benefits of being an athlete that wealthy and middle-class children across the country have access to. And as you dig, as I've heard you say, into this budget, you will see that there is so much more in this budget that will help us level the playing field for DC residents who are right now feeling left out or pushed out. Of course, I also heard this comment, and I'm looking forward to discussing how we will get these dollars out the door. Getting $19.5 billion out the door is going to take an enormous amount of coordination, effort, and expertise. We are fortunate in DC government that we have been a leader in efficiency when compared to other state governments, even in the unprecedented 2 years of modified work. But we know there is room for more efficiency, and you will see that reflected in this budget. Internally, we have already started making process improvements like streamlined work order fulfillment and preventative maintenance at district-owned properties, including our schools, parks, and recreation centers. These are changes that make me confident that we will be able to get the $46 million out the door. We have budgeted for school HVAC and boiler replacements at schools like our all-girls Excel Academy, and we can get those funds out the door quickly. We are also requesting additional coordination from the council in removing some duplicative bureaucracy, especially when it involves time-sensitive dollars like those attached to the American Rescue Plan Act funds. When it also involves previously approved option year contract extensions to repair our bridges, roadways, and sidewalks, or when it duplicates oversight functions of the DC auditor or the DC council itself. And of course, we are focused on ensuring that DC government is attracting, hiring, and retaining employees who come to work every day and move our city forward. I have said it many times, and I want to say it again. The 37,000 men and women who got us through the last 2 years and who are growing to propel our comeback are an incredible team of public servants, and we as the city owe them a lot. I am grateful for our team, and I'm grateful for the council for thinking of ways we can continue to attract high quality talent, and ask for your close coordination on any changes that would be a drastic change to our leave policies that could leave agencies like our fire department, police department, and school system in an untenable or, quite frankly, illegal staffing circumstance. But again, we already know that DC government can attract top talent. I see them serving our city every single day. Many of those employees were involved in putting together this historic budget. Many more will be involved in delivering the programs within it. And people still want to join our team. Just this week, 10,000 people registered to participate in the district job fair for about 500 postings. And we already made 100 job offers on the spot, with more to come. I'm excited that people want to work for us, and I can't wait to see all that our team, with you, Mr. Chairman and members, continues to accomplish together. With that, Jenny Reed, my budget director, and Kevin Donahue, the city administrator for the district, are happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Mayor Bowser. I believe we have a statement from the Chief Financial Officer, and then we'll have questions.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. I am Fitzroy Lee, Acting Chief Financial Officer of the District of Columbia. I am pleased to appear before you today to testify on the fiscal year 2023 through 2026 proposed budget and financial plan. The fiscal year 2023 budget includes $10.7 billion in local funds and $19.5 billion in gross funds, excluding intra-district. The Office of the Chief Financial Officer worked closely with the Mayor's executive leadership team, the City Administrator's Office of Budget and Performance Management staff, and agency program staff to produce a balanced budget and 5-year financial plan. The fiscal year 2023 policy budget reflects the executive's funding priorities and determinations. After careful review, I certify that the fiscal year 2023 through 2026 budget and financial plan is balanced. I would like to thank Mayor Bowser and the Office of the City Administrator. I would also like to thank the Office of Budget and Planning, the Associate Chief Financial Officers and their staff, the Office of Revenue Analysis, as well as others in the OCFO for their work, their hard work and continuing dedication to the District of Columbia. Working together, we were able to produce a balanced budget. The OCFO team now looks forward to working with the Council during the upcoming budget deliberations process. I would also like to take this opportunity to provide an explanation of issues that occurred and came to light during the OCFO review of the budget formulation process. First, I would like to address the error in the allocation of the fiscal year 21 surplus. Although the overall surplus remains at $1.1 billion, it was discovered through the budget process that some of the allocations within the fund balance were incorrect. An additional $382 million of the surplus should have been directed to the category reserved for future budgets. This correction reduced the amount of unreserved and undesignated funds to $184 million, with half of this amount, or $92 million, flowing to both the Housing Production Trust Fund and the PAYGO accounts. The district's overall fund balance remains at $3.6 billion. Also, a quality assurance review of the output of the working version of the debt cap model, which is routinely done before finalizing the budget, revealed that the amount of dedicated tax revenues used in this version was inflated. When these amounts were adjusted in the model to reflect actual expenditures as the budget numbers became final, proposed capital spending had to be reduced to remain within the statutory cap. I want you to know that I take seriously my responsibility as CFO to provide accurate and reliable information to the district elected leadership and its other stakeholders, and take responsibility for the issues that occurred. I commit to ensuring that there is no recurrence of these issues in the future. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My staff and I are available to answer any questions that you may have.
Dr. Lee, that completes your statement, because I have a longer statement here, printed statement. All right. Then we will have one 10-minute round. That is, each member will have 10 minutes with the mayor present. I have a few questions, and then I will turn to colleagues in the order I was supposed to recognize them for opening statements. I'm not sure who to direct this to. The question has to do with UDC and the DC Futures program. DC Futures is a newly created program that aims to help DC college students complete their first associate or bachelor's degree by providing a last dollar scholarship that covers cost of attendance at 3 local universities. That's UDC, Catholic, and Trinity. Participants must be seeking their first associate or bachelor's degree in one of several high-demand career pathways, such as health science, information technology, or STEM. In fiscal year 2022, UDC's subsidy budget contained $1.65 million for DC Futures programming. However, the FY23 proposed budget for UDC subsidy does not appear to include DC Future funds. Am I misreading that? Can you speak to that? And is that you misread?
Yeah, so happy to answer, Chairman. So, oh, thank you, Mayor.
Do you remember microphones? We used to have microphones.
I forget. I'm used to unmuting. Thank you, Chairman. So the 1.65 million should still be in UDC's budget. If you do not see it there, that's just an error, and we'll correct that.
All right. If you could follow up on that, and we
Absolutely.
will as well. My second question concerns early childhood educator pay. Last year, the council established the Early Childhood Educator Pay Equity Fund, which will be administered by OSSI, and it will be used to achieve pay parity between early childhood educators and their counterparts. The council also passed a new tax to generate revenue for the fund. According to the fiscal year 2022 Budget Support Act, that's the legislation we adopted last summer with the budget last summer, $73 million shall be deposited into the fund in fiscal year 23. However, the proposed budget appears to allocate only $54.5 million. Again, am I misreading that?
Yes, you are, Chairman. That funding is the full 73 million is included in the budget.
Can you say where? Is it reflected in the fund?
It should be in OSSI's budget, but let me get clarity about where exactly it's located in there.
It appears not to be in the fund itself, which is why we're not seeing it.
It could just be loaded in the wrong place, and so we'll get clarification on that, but the full 73 million is included.
Okay. I have a question concerning the 8th Street Bridge. I mentioned this the other day, just so folks understand why I care about one particular bridge. This bridge is the key to several things. one of which is, of course, it needs to be redone, but also the footings for the bridge need to be realigned in order to allow for Amtrak to expand its tracks. And that's why the bridge needs to be completely rebuilt. In addition, renovating the bridge is key to finally getting the development for the air rights over the tracks behind Union Station going. I was reminded this morning that the GSA awarded the air rights for development in 2002. That's 20 years ago. And the redevelopment plans or development plans were announced in 2012. That's 10 years ago. And the bridge is key to all of this. The budget dollars in the capital improvement plan appear to have increased slightly. That's a good thing. But the timing seems to have been delayed a year. Can you explain why?
First, let me start, Mr. Chairman, that we share your sense of urgency about the redevelopment of Union Station. It is critical to our transportation growth, and not just ours, but the region's and growth on the East Coast. You may know that I led a trip to New York City to look at the recently redeveloped Moynihan Station with the Union Station Redevelopment Authority and Federal City Council and other folks involved in the project. And I want to say that our commitment to that project, our partners with Amtrak, the Union Station Redevelopment Authority, is steadfast. And our project stands to be more transformative than the Moynihan Station, because you rightly point out, it will allow for additional capacity. So Amtrak, MARC, VRE, intercity bus, retail, commercial can all happen there. And I believe any shifts to that funding just reflect the status of the project and how it can, when those dollars can be used. We are very concerned as well, Mr. Chairman, that the kind of the federal processes, and I've made this pitch to USDOT, can be looked at urgently too. They're in an environmental assessment process as we speak. We're concerned about that because we think that there are going to be infrastructure dollars from the new infrastructure bill that either we or Amtrak or other partners can compete for. And we want to be in the best position to compete for those. The district's commitment, local commitment to the H Street Bridge is well regarded by USDOT, especially our ability to use those dollars with federal dollars and do local hiring. So like H Street and the other infrastructure dollars that we have here, they have the ability to transform our infrastructure, but also put DC residents to work. The pilot that we used on the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge is going to be replicated across the country because we, with that pilot, were able to preference local hiring. And we have that opportunity here. So Jenny, if you would just confirm the slight shift in the project years.
Sure. So the shift in the project years is just allocating the funding in the years that it will be spent, now that DDOT is going out with more of the design and build and contract. They know how the flow will go. I am not aware of any delay in construction or timing, but we will double check with DDOT and circle back with you. Also want to flag that the funding is going up slightly. We are going to use some of our infrastructure bridge money on that as well. And that's about $15 million that you don't see reflected there.
15 million additional or, okay.
That's correct.
Yeah, the note I have here is that the existing balance is about almost 30 million. That plus the 5 million that's left in the plan for 23, you think that's enough for the next year?
Absolutely.
Without a
Plus
delay.
with the bridge funding as well. The bridge funding is in FY23.
The federal 15 million?
That's correct.
Okay, so we need to be told that, right?
Yes.
So that our numbers, I'm looking at our budget director, our numbers are complete.
Right, we don't have the funding, we haven't literally received it from the federal government yet. So when we do, we'll submit grant budget modifications and then be able to reflect that.
Okay, so isn't reflected but is expected.
That's
When
correct.
do you think we will know the federal money?
It's a great question. I wish I could answer that.
In the next 70 days?
Well, we know the federal money that we're getting through the formula grants.
Yes.
The timing of when it actually hits our bank account is the question we're still trying to figure out. I think the White House is doing everything they can to expedite the delivery of funds, but we do not have them in hand yet.
Okay, and my last question concerns UDC capital budget. It's increased by 37.5 million over the 6-year plan. But the FY23 budget for the capital improvement plan has been reduced by 10.5 million. What can you tell me are the effects of that on UDC, and in particular, the renovation of 4250 Connecticut?
Sure, so it should not impact 4250 renovation. What we looked at was their 6-year plan and all of the different projects that they had laid out. What we wanted to do is fully fund each of the projects that we committed to in the 6-year CIP. Unfortunately, we could not afford to fully fund their 6 years of projects at the full ask. But we are making a significant increase in the Van Ness campus, in the 4250 renovation, and also in routine sort of small cap maintenance so that the buildings and the surrounding area can be kept in a state of good repair. And we're happy to provide you with a chart that shows you specifically which projects.
Please, please.
And Mr. Chairman, we should also add the commitment to Van Ness includes the construction of the DC archives.
Absolutely.
And I think that we have been able to plus up that budget and advance it.
Yes, and that's a different line than UDC.
Yep, that's correct.
Okay.
And Chairman, if I can just answer just a couple of the questions you asked before. So the UDC ARPA funding will be 1.7 million. We'll make sure it's reflected accurately. For the pay equity fund, you should see 53 million in the fund, and 18 million accidentally was loaded in the child care subsidy line. So we'll work with you all on that technical correction so you see it fully reflected in the
So that
pay equity
18
fund.
should be moved from the one line to the other line.
That's exactly right. Yep, and we'll work with you guys on that.
Okay, and you'll follow up with us on all these numbers.
H Street and the UDC breakout, absolutely.
Thank you. Councilmember McDuffie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you again, Madam Mayor and your team. I just have a few questions, and I want to talk about tourism, hospitality, and our downtown broadly. I know you've allocated some funds, and you highlighted them in your presentation to the council a couple of days ago, and so I want to take a moment just to flesh out a little bit more around some of those initiatives. I'm pleased to see continued investments in service, hospitality, and tourism industries. As we all know, we're devastated by the pandemic. And I'd like to get you maybe to spend a little time talking about specific investments into travel and leisure industries to help bring tourism back to the district specifically. I know it has been one of the most devastated areas by the pandemic, and yet one of the ways we got to where we were pre-pandemic in terms of the droves of people who would come to the district as tourists and spend money in our city, and our sales tax would benefit greatly, and ultimately the people at the lower ends of our socioeconomic ladder were the beneficiaries of that tourism. So if you could talk a little bit about some of the investment you're making to try to specifically attract tourists back and support and bolster our leisure and hospitality industries.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie. And I want to say how thank you for pointing to that and how important it is to the overall health of the district. We went into this pandemic with record levels of tourism that have been, as you say, decimated by COVID. Some of it is coming back. We saw some evidence of the comeback for months for people coming from around the region in driving distances. We have seen occupancy on the weekend to be
pretty good. And now we need the weekday travel back, and we need the international travel back. Part of getting travel back is crushing COVID and putting confidence out there in the market that DC is a safe place to come. And because of all the work we've done together, that's exactly how people feel. We know, however, that we need to make some, larger than normal investments in destination marketing, letting people know all of the places and the things that they can see and do in DC, and you see that investment here, and we want to be able to maintain that investment. It's also important that people have things to do when they come. So making sure that we're supporting our small and local businesses, our retail businesses, and our arts and entertainment venues is very critical to our comeback. Lastly, I would say that we have to focus on new things and new things to see and do. And we're asking for ideas, and we're going to put out competitive grants for people to think about festivals and programs and different events in our arts and entertainment venues that hire local artists, local residents to do some of those activities. I highlight, and it is an example of the type and quality of program and festivals that we'll need to continue to do. The Cherry Blossom Festival starts in earnest next week. And I invite everybody to look at their lineup of activities that aren't just at the Tidal Basin, but across all 8 wards that attract people all across the district. So festivals, additional festivals like that will be important for us to talk to to potential tourists when they come to DC.
Thank you for that. I want to maybe hone in just a bit more and maybe get the CFO to tell us a little bit about the way you all are seeing the numbers shape up with respect to what the mayor referenced, which I think is critically important, the weekday travel. We know that weekday travel isn't what it used to be, and that many employers are continuing to allow people to work from home. And I think we're seeing as we get through Omicron and people are more comfortable. More people are in our restaurants, they're in our small businesses shopping downtown. It's encouraging, but what are the numbers looking like in terms of people who are likely not to return, permanent telework? How's that going to affect our sales tax? And then I'm gonna pivot my follow-up question to the mayor and her team, just about specific things we might be able to do to account for that, and what our downtown specifically. Might we be thinking about to try to address some of the challenges with our commercial property tax revenues?
So just to be sure, it's really difficult to say what the final outcome will be in terms of people returning. In our forecast, we did assume that we will go from something like 6 to 10% telework to 25%. What is hopeful is that we do monitor the Castle Key data every week, and what we're seeing in just recent weeks is that there's an uptick there. So it means that people are coming back to the city. We don't know what it will be in the final analysis, but we're seeing an uptick there. So over the last several weeks, we are seeing that commuters are coming back to the city. And we're also seeing it reflected in our sales taxes. The last several months of our sales tax has really been strong growth, although it's from a low base from last year, but it's growing much more strongly than we had anticipated even in our forecasts.
And then shifting back to you, Madam Mayor, and your team, I really appreciated your emphasis on local artists and residents in your response to my original question, particularly when it comes to hiring and the use of the funds that you highlight. I think the $5 million for marketing campaign. There's also there's $5 million to create the activations that you mentioned. And so we want to see our local artists and residents participating in those programs. But we also know that the weekday travel that you referenced earlier isn't back to where we hope it will be at some point in the interim. So talk a little bit about downtown and specifically for small businesses who might be thinking about how they may avail themselves of some of these funds to continue to do business and employ our local residents. Just one more opportunity with the remaining time that I have to how we might reimagine some of those areas downtown with some of these things that you mentioned, and maybe even factoring in some of the things we're doing recently around ABRA and the reopen bill and some of the commercial areas where we want to try to see more activity happen by the water. I think areas in Southwest along the waterfront where we're seeing more people gather as the weather starts to break.
We're right to focus on the downtown and also to think about all of our commercial corridors. And some have been more impacted by others, especially at the retail level. So we also include Councilmember McDuffie, $7.5 million to help us continue to attract new businesses. We need to help our businesses who are here, but we need to continue to attract jobs, jobs that pay good wages for DC residents. And so that is included here. We also recognize another set of workers that we have the opportunity to attract, and that is also included in our campaign to attract more people to the downtown. And I call them 100% teleworkers from other parts of the country. There are companies, especially the tech companies, that have decided that their employees can work anywhere. And some of those employees are deciding to live and telework from DC. And so all of the supports that will help us attract those employees, we are considering how we put those in place. How we use our public space more creatively has to be a part of our rebranding of our destination. We have seen what the transformation of Franklin Park has meant to the Central Business District, and we think there are other opportunities like that. We've seen what streeteries have been able to do for restaurants who need to pivot, and so we want to continue to lean into that as well.
Okay, excellent. Just with our final seconds, you mentioned streeteries, and it's where I wanted to go with my final questions, to talk about minority-owned businesses. I look at some of the legacy initiatives you have and some of the other work that you're doing. I know it's been a priority for me, and I appreciate seeing some of these really important things included in your budget. Talk a little bit about what this means specifically for areas around 5, 7, and 8 for minority-owned businesses who are seeking to look at this budget and say, how is it going to help us continue to do business and to employ the people that we employ in communities that are sometimes under-resourced and don't have the same levels of access to capital and other opportunities?
Well, the Commercial Acquisition Fund, Councilmember, has been an incredible success. We worked on it during, kind of our recovery period. We are excited about what it can mean for local businesses. I'll give you an example of a woman who owns a beauty salon in, I guess that's Ward 2 now, in Shaw on 7th Street, and she applied and is going to use this acquisition fund to buy a building on Martin Luther King Avenue. I was just with another person who came over who said she was helping somebody complete the application, was going to buy a building in Ward 5, who had been in business there for 10 years. We know when businesses and individuals can convert rent payments into building equity, it allows them to think bigger about their businesses and hire more DC residents. And this is no small commitment. These grants go up to $750,000 that will allow our legacy businesses to become property owners.
Excellent example. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to just amplify what you just said, because I think initially when we drafted this up last year and put it in the budget and worked with you all on this, there were some questions about whether there was going to be interest in this program. I think those questions have been answered.
They have been answered loudly.
Significant interest in this program, and it is so impactful and potentially transformational for Black and brown business owners and their families to be able to acquire properties that they can keep and pass down for generations. So thank you for your investments in this, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. I believe Councilmember Allen is not here at the moment, and I'm just pausing. Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you, Chairman. Madam Mayor, I'm going to start sort of where I finished on last Tuesday, speaking a little bit about education in Ward 4, and then moving on to some additional topics. First up, to follow up on the conversation Wednesday, as you know, the Roosevelt campus is the most overcrowded school in the city, projected to be at 134% utilization this fall. I'm concerned that the plan is to use Sharp Health Campus as the solution for this problem, as that is scheduled to be used as swing space through fiscal year 29. So it won't be ready until fall 2029 at the earliest, leaving Roosevelt and Roosevelt stay at this 134% utilization. What can we do to work on addressing this situation sooner than 2029? Is Garnett-Patterson an option? I believe that one it's unoccupied in fiscal year 2023. And if we can work something out with its use as swing space in fiscal year 2024 and 25, it could be available much sooner.
Your question was, can we use Garnett-Patterson as swing space?
Yes, given that if we wait to use the Sharp School, which is being used as swing space, Roosevelt and Roosevelt Stay would be at this 134% utilization this fall, but then we wouldn't be able to do anything until 2029, which just would be an unsafe situation for both of the schools.
So the answer is yes, that we contemplate using Garnett-Patterson as swing space, but we are contemplating it for use for actually 3 Ward 4 schools. Your question was, can we use it for Roosevelt?
For Roosevelt Stay, because.
To permanently locate there?
Correct, correct, because of the fact that they're already at the 134 right now. They're over about 330 students currently, and based on projections and enrollment, which is a great thing, right? We have people wanting to go to our Roosevelt High School, but enrollment there and Roosevelt Stay, it's an untenable situation at the moment.
Okay, we're going to have to dig into that. We had not contemplating delinking Roosevelt Stay from Roosevelt entirely. There are some benefits to having administrators collaborate between the 2 campuses, and it wouldn't be a small thing to delink that history of cooperation. So I would want to look into that in some detail.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I want to also, since we were talking about swing space, the DCPS capital budget has about $20.1 million for centralized swing space, which is substantially more than we usually have. Can you say more about what's included in this? What's driving the increase? And where can I find details about swing space for Ward 4 schools within that allotment?
What is driving it is Ward 4, because the need to use Garnett-Patterson needs some improvements before it's ready for the children. And it's a total of $17 million.
Okay. And so, and to that end, as you know, Lafayette is also within Ward 4. And I see that this budget includes plans to lease space at the Fiscal Center for Children to relieve overcrowding at Lafayette Elementary in Ward 4. This is something I think myself and Councilmember Chase sent a letter asking about last year. And so I'm grateful we're getting creative with the solutions to overcrowding problems. I do sort of have some questions about how this came together and what changed to make this sort of a viable option, and where we are with contracts, agreements, and leases to ensure that this is something that's going to actually go through for the Lafayette student body.
Sure. So I can answer a little bit of that, and the details I'll leave to the chancellor to talk about. But we are responding to the community's desires. We thought we had a very plausible solution for Lafayette. People thought otherwise. I still think it's a good solution at the Military Road School, but it's still a solution for Lafayette families and other families across the city. Bringing the Military Road School back as a pre-K center is good in so many ways. And it's a very short distance from the Lafayette, the whole Lafayette boundary. Yeah. It is across the park. So I'll leave that there.
Okay.
But we have, as you have supported, gone to a lease space. We have, as the chairman likes to remind me, we prefer to own when we can, than lease. And that is what the Military Road School allowed. We bought it, and it is a great pre-K center for our children. We have not been able to convince the owners of the Episcopal School to sell, but we will work on a lease.
Okay. I appreciate that and your collaboration on working on that. In November, in the pre-hearing responses before council, the council hearing on my bill, the DCPS Technology Equity Act of 2021, DCPS said it estimated that 3,200 learning spaces are in need of new interactive boards. This budget funds about 1,500 new boards, which is a good start, but doesn't get us all the way there. What's the plan to get fully functional technology in all of our classrooms if we don't have the funding in the budget to meet all the needs?
We feel like this will get us there, and if there's some gap, we'll work on closing that gap. But we think that this fund's what we need.
Okay. I appreciate that, and I will continue to work. The council has a digital equity bill. I believe it's in the committee of the whole and markup currently, so we can work through that. I was pleased to see the greater investments in the HVAC and boiler repairs in this budget. I'm wondering how many schools this would cover. And I saw there's also $15 million for preventative maintenance, and wanting to get a sense of how many schools that would cover as well.
Council member, it's a citywide effort, and the maintenance and both the capital that's dedicated to HVAC as well as the small cap work for general repairs will cover the entire system. Since over the course of this fall, since school opened, DGS and DCPS did an inventory of every asset they have at the DCPS campuses, including the HVAC and what is required to maintain it. So DGS scoped out projects that they will implement this fiscal year that we are funding in this budget also for next fiscal year to continue, in which the maintenance now matches up with that inventory. The inventory is sitting.
Okay, great. And when will the council just get a list of which schools will be included in that?
We're happy to work with you.
Thank you. I had some concerns, and I want to make sure I'm understanding the funding shifts correctly for the Cure the Streets violence intervention programs. Is the budget removing or enhancing recurring funding for the Cure the Streets program? Is the funding being moved from the Office of Attorney General to the Office of City Administrator under the Gun Violence Prevent Program? I guess the numbers in the books and the narratives weren't lining up for me, and I just wanted to be sure I was seeing that wrong.
Sure. So the only changes that we made to the Office of the Attorney General budget were to provide them with their cost of living adjustments and lease increases. We were not aware of any shifting with Cure the Streets.
Okay.
As you can imagine, we don't really dig into that budget as much as we would budgets under the mayor. And my understanding is they typically use SPR fund balance carryover from year to year to fund that program.
Okay.
And then the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, the Gun Violence Prevention Coordinator was funded in the city administrator's budget in this fiscal year. We are expanding that office to 5 full-time FTEs, and you see that reflected in the Office of the City Administrator.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I appreciate that. Am I correct that we're reducing OTA legal service staffing by 7 FTEs? And if so, what is driving this decision?
Sure. So we are not reducing their FTEs by 7. There's a couple things going on in the OTA budget. About $250,000 were just PS adjustments, shifting it from local to SPR funds. Okay. So it may be that you're seeing a decrease in the local funding, but it should be going up in the SPR.
Okay.
There were minor shaves in other places, but importantly, we did continue to fund $512,000 for the eviction prevention work that they're starting this fiscal year.
Right.
And this is really in the weeds, but the council funded eviction prevention work across 21 and 22. The 21 money lapsed before they could spend it, so we carried it all forward to 22 so they could spend it this fiscal year.
Okay. I wanted to ask a question also regarding, I saw we're doing the seasonal position enhancements at DPW. I want to get a sense of why we're doing these positions seasonal when city maintenance is sort of year round. At this point, I think these need to be we need to not have seasonal and just keep them on as like the season team. And because we know they're going to go from doing leaves to trees to snow to, all of the things. And so it sort of hurts us every time we do seasonal because we lose people, we gain people, and becomes more of a process. Is there a way that we can do that and figure out why we're cutting some of the FTEs from the public space cleaning team as well?
Sure, I will start and then Director Reed can continue. In this fiscal year, we recognize the need to have more individuals at DPW carrying out the functions you just laid out. When we entered the fiscal year, we also recognized that we had funded 110 positions that went to building blocks referrals. And if you saw from on Wednesday when Councilmember White and I interacted, there's a need to be able to restore positions for individuals that have been doing the work for many years. So in this budget, we keep all the positions that we created for this fiscal year. We also created additional seasonal leave positions and some additional full-time positions. Your point's very well taken that the work they do, we extend on a pretty consistent basis. And we have the longer-term goal of being able to provide more opportunities for seasonal workers to be able to transition to full-time employment.
Okay, thank you. Oh, 10 minutes is up. Great, thanks.
And Councilmember, if I could just add, there's no reduction in FTEs to the public space cleaning team. That could just be shifting them around within different activities. In addition to the 110 positions the city administrator mentioned, which we do refer to as seasonal because they do seasonal work but year round. There's also 11 new FTEs for bike cleaning, bike lane cleaning teams to clean leaves and snow and debris from bike lanes.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that. I know when I talk to some DPW workers, many of them who are seasonal, they want to be full-time and they want to stay on and they sort of go back and forth from being on and off. And I think it's a great opportunity for us to employ more DC residents and have some consistency with the jobs. Sorry, Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Gray, who will be followed by Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Mayor, I want to thank you for the budget work that you've done. And I want to thank you also for joining us. We talked about it the other day, but we talked, and I want to make sure we're clear that I'm appreciative of having been able to join you for the groundbreaking for what will be a new hospital, a new healthcare system on the east end of the city, Madam Mayor. So thank you so much for the efforts that you've made there. And there's so many people who are very happy about this. They can't wait now until, I guess, the 2.5 years or however much longer it will be when the hospital is created, and everybody will be working then to be able to celebrate the work that's been done. So let me thank you once again for the work that you've done to be able to make this happen. So thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask about the streetcar also, which you and I guess both agree is a valuable and catalytic project that really is grounded in equity, access, and economic development for areas of Ward 7, for which this will be desperately needed. So I think if we can focus just for a second on the changes in the funding scheme that's been made, can you talk a little bit about that and what the impact is going to be of the funding changes that have been made in this project, Madam Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me just say that I share your commitment to delivering a streetcar for Ward 7 residents in the entire city, because it's going to make our existing streetcar make more sense to have the eastern terminus at the Benning Road station. How we get there is continued careful planning. People will recall that in 2015, we had a streetcar that was finished but wasn't working, and we got it working, and we have delivered that for our transportation network. We have the same funding commitment in this proposal this year to complete that extension. I understand that we've pushed 1 year because we've been working on a utility issue, but beyond that, we're on track to go.
How will that impact? Will that create delays in the project as well, Madam Mayor?
We think that we have pushed out 1 year
Okay. And
to complete by FY '26.
so the delays will be, I won't say that they're not immaterial, but they will be, they won't be felt in the same way as they might have been felt under other circumstances. And you can explain this if you wish, okay?
Well, my understanding is that we had to work out some financial issues with one of our utility companies in how we get to the Benning Road station. We have, and I'm going from a memory of a memo that I read recently. I think that part has been settled, and now we need to get the project back on track, so to speak. And that is, that's taken about a year off of our delivery time.
Okay. But otherwise, we'll be on track to get the streetcar
That's correct.
completed? Okay.
That's
Fantastic.
correct. I'm not aware of any other circumstances that would delay the project.
Okay. I just want to ask you something about school modernization also, Madam Mayor. We've got concerns that have been expressed by some of the people in Ward 7. For example, Burville, I think, is being delayed. Do you have any, can you speak to any delays that are taking place on the schools in Ward 7 at this stage?
I don't believe so. I'm going to ask Director Reed to give an overview of our commitments. And as has been mentioned by Councilmember Henderson, we have tried very closely to adhere to the process that we've developed between us. And that relates to how we make investments in Ward 7 as well.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. So there is a total of about $94 million in the capital improvements plan to renovate Burville Elementary School. It's staying at the same pace as it was last year. So in last year's budget, we had the first year of design and first year of construction. We now have the project fully funded with the design plus 2 years of construction, but the timeline did not change.
Okay. So I don't know if you want to speak to, because some of this we can follow up later ourselves, but any other schools in Ward 7? I know we got Drew.
Sure, I can, if you would permit me, Council Member, I can run through the list of the Ward 7 schools that are included here for a pretty substantial investment. Let me start with $79 million for the renovation of Thomas Elementary, $66 million for Drew, $53 million for the renovation of Aton, $35 million, as we have discussed, for Winston Elementary into a state-of-the-art lab and technology space. And additionally, $23 million at Fort Davis Recreation Center and $24 million for the Dean Wood Library. Okay,
and those are important. Those are important investments that are being made, and I appreciate that. You spoke about Winston as you were talking, Madam Mayor. What exactly is going to happen at Winston, so we can be clear? You mentioned it in the briefing the other day at the library, and I appreciated that. But can you be more clear with us at this point about exactly what is going to occur at Winston and how it will impact? Go ahead.
We are proposing a $35 million renovation to the space. So the existing building would be renovated with $35 million. DCPS has identified a citywide need for art and for a state-of-the-art lab space that would support STEM students across the city. So it will be a STEM lab and technology space at Winston. Additionally, we envision and we propose to you to create an indoor swimming pool. And while we haven't developed a concept design for it at this stage, I can envision a connection between the existing rec in Winston or an addition on the existing rec. I know there's a lot of pretty fabulous park space there and a fabulous playground and pavilion. So I don't want to get ahead of our designers because that is space that is, I know, well used. I've used it. I know families in Hillcrest use it, but we want to make sure that the rec center has that space. And while we're at it, I think that the community space could be enhanced there as well. I know I've been to many meetings there, as you have, where people are packed into a small meeting room. But we know that with the addition of an indoor pool, we could accommodate that change as well.
Okay, well, I'm really looking forward to the process of working with those, who will be helping to create the design, effectuate the engagement of the people in Hillcrest, who frankly have made, have focused a lot of attention on the work that needs to be done in the rec center itself. So when do you think there will be a design that we can look at, Madam Mayor?
I can turn my team into doing just a kind of quick and dirty concept. And when I say that, that includes kind of massing of buildings and how they could fit on the space. Obviously, a detailed design would take some time, and we wouldn't typically do that until it was funded. But any ideas around that, we can be flexible with the dollars that are allocated for both Winston and the Hillcrest Rec to develop the rec center needs to the scope that the community wants.
Okay, one last thing, Madam Mayor, and I'll be done. We have raised the question, and will again this year, with respect to the 6th district parking situation and the need for additional parking facilities being available to people when they come to the 6th district. I guess what I would like to see is to go back to what we've talked about in the last couple of years, and that is a new 6th district parking capacity, garage or whatever, right there on the grounds of the 6th district. So I would hope that you would consider that as we move forward, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, and we will.
Okay, thank you. I'm done, Chairman Mendelson.
Thank you, Councilmember Gray. Councilmember Henderson, who will be followed by Councilmember Trayon White.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Mayor, I'd like to start on education with the new school in Ward 3. So last year, when it was announced that we were going to purchase the old Georgetown Day building, I think people were talking about a new middle school. And then now we're hearing this week that it's going to be a high school. And I'm curious what led to that change in terms of us deciding to go for a new high school as opposed to a middle school.
Oh, that's public education's assessment of where the need is. We continue to invest in Deal. We continue to see our other middle schools also gain students, and we do invest in a Center City Middle School with this budget.
Yes, but the Center City Middle School wouldn't feed into this, or I don't know, actually that will be my next question. Are we going to engage in some type of school boundary process? Because at least according to the CIP, this new school would open in 2 years. Are we assuming that families will just voluntarily give up their right to Wilson to go to this new campus, or are we going to move some boundaries and have a conversation about that?
We are assuming that the Hardy feeder pattern will go into the new high school, and that there will be also 500 citywide seats.
Okay. All right. I'll ask more to the chancellor about in terms of that process, because I
Sure.
feel like a lot of families, in terms of grandfather, from the last time we did school boundaries, people feel very strongly about those conversations, and I'm just curious about some of those
Right,
things
and they
there.
feel equally strongly about overcrowding. I know you've probably participated in some of those meetings.
Yeah.
So it is impossible to address it with nothing changing.
Right.
Something has to change in order to address it. And this, I think, is an exciting proposal that's been supported by the community, the task force that's been involved. It was highly supportive of our purchase of the school on MacArthur that we're talking about. And so we're excited about the opportunity, having new high school opportunities.
Okay, just telegraphing forward, I am really curious in the future of how these 500 students from the citywide seats are going to get to this new school, as we know that transportation options
Yeah.
are quite limited to the.
Yeah, I've heard people say that, and it was a school before. People got to it. It
It's a
was a
private
school
school.
already. Yeah, people still got to it from all over the city. So I don't want anybody to think that we've like developed this idea of a place that people don't get to. People get to it all the time.
Yeah, okay. I want to switch to ask really quickly around infrastructure. So I understand there's a lot of federal infrastructure funding that is not necessarily accounted for due to competitive grants, and that you all put together a grants team for this purpose. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. One particular competitive grant that I'm interested in is called Reconnecting Communities.
Yep.
It's specifically around designed to, as it says, reconnect communities that have been divided by highways and other large things. Can you confirm whether or not we seek to apply for that funding?
We seek to apply for every piece of funding that's going to be available.
Okay, great.
And more than that, and I would love to engage the council in this discussion, I plan to put together a group, advisory group, to source some ideas for the things that are important to us as we seek those grants.
Okay, great. I mean, that was one of the things that I wrote to you about. I feel like it's important to include the community and envisioning whatever that looks like for the future.
Oh, for sure.
And I would love to be a part of that conversation.
And we have one, and I don't know if this doesn't necessarily fall into that category, but it's one example of what we can do in connecting RFK to Kingman Island. And we'll connect it, and it will give more people access to the island and all of the water activities that will be there by way of the new pedestrian and bike bridge from RFK.
Okay. Well, that one's great, but I'm thinking about 295, but.
295 North Capitol Street, I know is an important one for Councilmember McDuffie.
Right.
There are other places in Ward 4 that we've already worked on that need more attention in terms of the off-ramps that used to be there in Riggs Park, for example, that are no longer there. So we have some experience with addressing those, and we will.
Okay, great. I want to switch to talking a little bit about judiciary. I noticed that MPD has a new evidence control division that is being added, and sort of in relationship or conjunction, and it might not be related, but I'm sort of thinking in sort of relationship here, that we are also seeing a decrease in the number of FTEs at the Department of Forensic Sciences, and 34 FTEs in total. Most of them in the Forensic Sciences Laboratory and then the Public Health Laboratory. And so I'm curious what's happening here. And I'm not sure if you have that level of information. I can.
Sure. So we don't in this budget, although I thought about it, we don't in this budget talk about the evolution of forensic sciences. But we will come back to the council at some point with our thinking about that. We do think it will likely require some adjustment to the establishment legislation. And, you know, we are thinking on our side, and I'm sure you are on yours, exactly what we want out of the department. The staffing changes reflect the work that we're doing there. And we're contracting out a good bit of work related to ballistics and fingerprinting. In the other units, we are working very steadfastly on its reaccreditation.
Okay. So is the new evidence control division at MPD in a way to sort of take some of that work, or no? It's completely not related?
No.
Yeah, it's not related to any of the work at DFS.
Okay.
Right. MPD did a reorganization of some of the way their budget is laid out to more reflect how they're organized.
Okay.
And so that might be some of what you're seeing is the shifts. There was also some funding added for some intelligence analysts and then contractual support in order to unlock, you know, they get lots and lots of information from data from computers, right, and other things. And right now it's all in PDF. So we need some software to help us unpack that, and they'll be able to, work through cases more quickly.
Okay, great, thank you. I want to ask about out-of-school time. We talked a little bit about this on Wednesday. And in your presentation, you mentioned that this budget invests $5 million in out-of-school time grants to extend and preserve programming. But when we look at the out-of-school time line item in the DME's budget, it reflects a decrease of $5 million. And then we see a little bit of that in DPR. There's an increase in out-of-school time of about $3 million, but there's about $1.6 million that we can't account for in terms of out-of-school time. And I'm curious, is there another agency that we should be looking for out-of-school time money outside of the DME and DPR?
No, council member, that $5 million should be in DME's budget, so we'll figure out where it is.
Okay.
And that's a continuation of the one-time funding that was put in this fiscal year.
Right.
And then the DPR programming should include the 3.4, which funds the out-of-school time programming that's specifically aimed at at-risk youth.
Yep.
And then there's the $13.5 million increase for Recreation for All.
Okay. I'm just going to say this as a comment. It's not really a question, but in terms of out-of-school time, Madam Mayor, one of the things that I hope we can do in the future is look to how we can do some prioritization in the signups so that not everyone is trying to rush on one day at one time, but that the families for whom really need this opportunity, they have a preference to get some of these slots from an equity standpoint. And that's just a thought that I wanted to put out there. But in terms of one-time money, let's talk about the libraries, because that's also an out-of-school time piece as well. I want to thank you again for the increase in funding so we can get back to pre-pandemic levels, because I think sometimes when we talk about out-of-school time or youth activities, we always assume that kids are just participating at the rec centers or in sports. But there are a lot of kids who spend a lot of their out-of-school time in the library, reading books, hanging out with the librarians and doing that work. In addition to the hours, though, we were hoping to see more expansion in terms of collections. We've seen an increase in demand for electronic books, those types of things. And last year, we added one-time funding for that, but I didn't see that reflected in this budget. And so I wanted to ask about that.
Thank you, council member. So the reason we did not add funding to this year's budget is because the public library is carrying a pretty big balance.
Okay.
Their collections budget is non-lapsing. And so what we saw we think at the end of FY22, they will still have a balance of $3.3 million. Now, some of that's just because they were a little bit delayed, right, during the pandemic. They have supply chain issues as well.
Right.
So when we were looking at resources, it did seem like they were going to have enough surplus carrying over to continue to advance the collections work. And then, of course, we'll revisit it for FY24.
Great, thank you.
And we should also remind our residents that the libraries are open. We were together at MLK yesterday, but we were alone in the building, I have to tell you. So we have to remind folks that the beautiful exhibits that are on display there, the wonderful collections, and the professionals who can connect them not just with books, but with all kinds of services, are ready to see them at their neighborhood library too.
Yeah, the maker space at MLK, which
It's amazing.
Put a plug for that. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Chairman.
Councilmember. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes, thank you. I want to thank you, Mayor Bowser. I want to start off by asking, last year you announced an emergency response to violent crimes in the district and put together, which I know was not a permanent office, but the building blocks initiative, and to my understanding, is not where it was, and it's kind of dwindled down and people have been shifted around. And we know that violence has not decreased. In fact, it's higher now than it was this time last year and continues to increase all across the city. Can you give us an update on the budget for that? I see us and where we are with that.
Sure. So as you know, council member, and similar to our COVID response or all of our emergency responses that are informed by emergency response strategies. We created an emergency operations center. And that center had a leader in Linda Harley Harper, but detailed employees from around the government, just like we did for our COVID response. The work of that emergency operations center is being baked into all of our agencies, led by the Violence Prevention Director, Linda Harley Harper, whose offices are in the city administrator's office.
And where we with the 151 blocks we're trying to target. I know we started here in Ward 8 in the Anacostia area with intense work, but it seemed to dwindle. Are we still on track of reaching those 151 blocks, and what agency is responsible for responding to that? Because I know you said they're in all the 8, but what's the plan to?
So, yes, in the 151 target blocks, as you know, are blocks that our analysis shows have the most gun activity, the most gun violence. And we are placed, what we call our place-based work, looking at the environment, whether it is the quality of buildings and repairs, streets, roads, alleys, trees, vacant buildings. That work we have put in the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. And it's their job to coordinate across the other government agencies for a coordinated approach on those blocks.
All right, thank you. I'm gonna move on. Affordable housing, as you know, continues to be a problematic issue in the city, and a 500 million contribution to House Building Trust Fund is great, with 41 million for project sponsored vouchers. We, in our continuous oversight hearings, I guess, especially when Polly Donaldson was the director of DACD, it was hard to get a clear understanding how the money was going to address 0 to 30% AMI and 31 to 50% AMI. How do you and your administration plan to address the low income residents trying to preserve housing in the district?
Well, we have there are a lot of housing investments. You mentioned the $500 million in the Affordable Housing Production Trust Fund. And by statute, there are buckets of how those monies can be invested for housing that is 50% and below of AMI. And that is as we seek applicants who want the support of the Housing Production Trust Fund, we will ensure that we are meeting those targets. We are also very focused on keeping people in the housing that they have. That is why we have included over 2 years very substantial emergency rent assistance to make sure that people can stay connected to housing. We've also invested in, Jenny will remind me the exact number of dollars for repairs to our public housing units, and working with the Public Housing Authority to ensure that those monies are being invested and that the units most in need of transformation are being prioritized. We continue our commitment to connecting our unhoused residents to housing. This budget in the campaign to end chronic homelessness in the district is fully funded and should get us to our goals during this budget period. We continue also to rethink our shelter system for men. And we know that transformation is akin to what we were able to do in the family homelessness system that will allow us to drive down homelessness among men and people living in encampments, just like we were able to do for families. So if you ask me about what we're doing for our residents who have the least income, 0 to 30%, I think that we have initiatives in each one of the programs I just discussed.
And Mayor, the investment to repair our public housing units is $110 million to help repair or modernize more than 1,500 units of housing. There's also more than $200 million invested in the communities of Berry Farm, Northwest One, Park Morton, and Bruce Monroe to bring back public housing units to those communities.
Thank you. I'm glad you mentioned that it relates to Berry Farm. Because it's my understanding that residents were moved out over 400 units, and now we only really have the funding to build phase one, which is a senior living facility. Can you speak to the plan of what Deputy Dempate is going to do to make sure the funding is there to bring those residents back? Because they're asking me, and I'm asking you to kind of help us to give them an answer about returning back in a timely manner.
Absolutely, council member. So in last year's CIP, you did see the funding for phase one. In this CIP, what you'll see is funding for more than phase one. It's actually more than $100 million just for the Berry Farm community over the next 6 years to do the needed work to begin for the full project.
Is that $100 million for the full project in Berry Farm? That's going to take way more than $100 million to bring back Berry Farm. We got whole infrastructure needs to be done.
Council member, it's the investments to get the phases going. So as we get into later years of Berry Farm project and we have a better understanding of the cost to build the actual housing, some of the actual housing will be increasing that budget.
Thank you. I'll come back and follow up with that later. Mayor Bowser, you allocated $10 million for Black Home Ownership Fund and Strike Force. How is that going to be used, and what agency will they be applying for to get that, and what's some of the requirements?
We are going to work with a strike force. You may remember that I created a strike force early in my tenure. Actually, Councilmember Bonds and Councilmember Silverman served on it to especially focus on rental housing in the district. I expect to create a similar strike force. It has the difference in a strike force and other groups is that it will be very limited in scope and time of work to help us develop the programs that are going to be most impactful for DC residents. So I would say by the end of the summer, we would have the scope of the program in hopes that it will be ready to go when this budget goes into effect on October 1st.
Okay, I look forward to seeing that information. You and I worked together, I know years ago, starting in 2017, on trying to get new recreation center built in Ward 8, and it was in the budget. We are in 2022, and 3 of those recs are still not built. And so we are seeing the money going into the budget, but not getting to construction. There's been some hold up with DGS. What is your plan to ensure that even with our senior wellness center and the cost is still nothing, we're just frustrated with the money being there. And I know they were in the out years and we're up to those years, but still no traction on these recreation centers.
Well, council member, certainly we're committed to making sure that they're safe in recreation spaces all over the community. I don't know that we're behind on any of them. So we will work with you to look at the CIP, which of course is 6 years, to make sure we stay on track.
We are behind, and we want to have your commitment, as we talked about earlier, to make sure this comes to fruition. Because we don't want to have any empty promises to the residents. And in my letter to you, Mayor Bowser, about the budget for Ward 8, I talked about more cameras for public safety. And I see that there was some money allocated, I think 3.7 million, and then there was additional 9.4 million that went to, instead of surveillance cameras or cameras for public safety, 170 speed cameras, which, I guess they probably could check if somebody's speeding and commits a crime, they can check those too. But what is your commitment to ensuring that we can get more to increase public safety as relates to cameras and clear cameras that MPD can use?
We have and I think it's in this budget, in 22, a level of funding to replace some of our cameras, the MPD cameras, as you call they're MPD cameras, and to replace, because some of the technology is becoming outdated, so they have to be replaced, and adding additional cameras. The new cameras will give us some more operability as well at night, so they can be more helpful.
Yes, and I would just echo what you said, Mayor. We both have funding in the operating budget to improve the cameras themselves and replace them so they're more accurate, as well as additional funding in the capital budget to continue to be able to add and replace cameras So we're happy to talk to you and connect with MPD about locations that you're concerned about.
Chairman, I assume a little over my time.
Yes, we have another round.
Come back.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Robert White, who will be followed by Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to start with some justice system and public safety issues. Our local agencies have documented substantial conditions, substandard conditions at the DC jail for years, and I'm very glad to see the $500,000 in capital funding for design in FY23. What's the plan in the out years where the bulk of the funding is for a new detention facility? Your budget presentation indicated that the $250 million would be for a correctional treatment facility annex, implying, I think, that the existing correctional treatment facility would remain as is. But the capital budget book says that both the central detention facility and the CTF correctional treatment facility are both, quote, outdated, inefficient, and ill-conceived, end quote. And it seems to suggest that the $250 million would replace both facilities or just one.
What our intention is to reimagine DC jail as we know it. And I would agree with the statement that's in the budget book. And the new facility needs to be built with intention. That old facility had an intention too, and it was punishment. The new intention is rehabilitation and treatment. And so what our plan is, and it's widely supported in the community, is that we would build a new tower. It would be adjacent to the treatment facility that would also be renovated, and eventually the CDF would be demolished.
Okay. What will be the capacity for the annex building?
I think the annex in concept is 600.
Okay.
And council member, if I might add to, while we are working on constructing the new facility, there is $18.5 million in the capital budget this year to make improvements at CDF and CTF, $11 million next year for those facilities, and $25 million over the life of the CIP. We also sent a reprogramming to council where we increased the maintenance funding for DOC, and that increases by $2.5 million in FY23 to address some of the routine maintenance issues.
Okay.
And more than that, in the out years, we expect to have operational savings related to a new facility. It's outdated. It requires way too much staff to support the number of people that we have there. So we will be able to get to a better place with staffing as well.
Thank you. I've seen recent reports promoting an effort to hire more women as MPD officers, which I think is an excellent effort. Does your budget include funding for this? And additionally, what concrete steps is MPD taking to ensure that new officers won't face the types of gender discrimination that have been reported in the press and in recent litigation?
Well, our commitment is to every agency and people who work here that they face an environment where they can thrive without discrimination of any sorts. And so if we find that in any agency, we will deal with that head on. I am also proud to say that when we go across the country and police chiefs and mayors comment on how diverse MPD's force is already. And I think the national average for women on police forces is 17%, and we're at 23%. So we have less work than some to get to 30%, but we still have some work to do. And so the chief's commitment is to hiring up to 30% at least 30% of a female force. I want to emphasize too, and I thank you for asking about recruitment techniques. These will help women get on our force, but they're going to help us hire DC residents and keep them as well. And what our proposal includes are some incentives to recruit, including housing, including for education, take-home cars that will allow us to attract and keep our police officers.
And Mayor, in this fiscal year too, there's also an investment, I believe, of about $500,000 that you made to build lactation pods at each of our MPD headquarters, which we heard from the female officers was necessary.
Excellent. So the recruitment efforts are built into this budget to meet that hiring goal?
Yes.
Okay. For the $1.7 million investment in life coaches, how is this connected to the work being done by the violence interrupters and Cure the Streets teams?
We have been in discussions, as you know, with national experts on these violence prevention models across the country, all the way up through the White House. And we think that we have a missing piece in our cadre of people to work on this, and that's life coaches. So some violence interrupters could be life coaches, but this is going to allow us, I think, 20 new staff that can work with violence interrupters to make sure that our residents are connecting to the services and the plan that we need them to connect to be more productive.
And what sort of funding will the life coaches have, or resources will the life coaches have to actually to connect the residents they're working with to, financial benefits, programs, what have you?
So all of the life coaches are going to be part of our neighborhood safety and engagement structure. And they already tap into an incredible amount of resources that we funded last year and continue to fund this year through building blocks. So those include some of our housing resources. Those include access to behavioral therapy. Those include access to supportive employment.
On energy efficiency, I was hoping to see more investments in greening our buildings and energy efficiency, but the council or the public has still not gotten the required strategic energy management plan. That's at this point 26 months past its original due date. We aren't seeing expansion of the net zero energy pilot program, and the proposed budget actually cuts millions of dollars that my committee invested in the capital plan for energy retrofitting last year. So where in this budget do we see commitment for confronting climate change, and when should we expect to see the strategic energy management plans?
Gotcha.
Great. So thank you for the question, council member. So we are really excited that we are continuing to make some pretty significant investments in our energy efficiency and climate goals. We have already reduced greenhouse gas emissions in the district by 31% at the end of 2019. And we are excited because the infrastructure bill is going to provide additional monies to help us make even bigger steps. But some of the investments that we're making, so a big issue in terms of our climate resiliency is, of course, flooding. We have invested in an integrated flood model that's currently being constructed so we can better predict where flooding will occur. $2.6 million to help residents retrofit their homes against flood risk. There's $65 million invested as an affordable housing accelerator for our building energy performance standards. So making sure that we can provide resources to our affordable housing units to not only meet our standards, but also make their costs cheaper. $17.5 million for our Solar for All program, including $9 million to expand job training to 150 residents per year so they can get those good paying jobs in the green industry. There's $29 million for lead and mold remediation and weatherization, $30 million to remove lead pipes. In our capital budget, there's $27.5 million for Anacostia River cleanup efforts, $45.5 million for stormwater improvement, $7.2 million for energy retrofits. We are very confident that we will be able to leverage infrastructure money to build that number up. And also we're working with the DC Green Bank to leverage their dollars to improve our assets. And then lastly, $50 million for urban forestry and tree planting.
Okay, and what about public buildings, and specifically, when will we get the strategic energy management plan?
I know that the strategic energy management plan is under works, and so we'll check with the agency.
I'll have to get that from the director, council member. I don't have that off the top.
Thank you. Finally, I guess in this round, what investments are you proposing in educator retention and recruitment? Obviously, we've had one of the highest teacher turnover rates in the country, and I've heard some great ideas from teachers, including increasing staffing to ensure appropriate class size, an adequate substitute teacher pool, piloting a flexible scheduling initiative to give teachers more planning time and students more experiential learning opportunities. What are we doing, or what are you proposing in this budget for educator retention and recruitment?
Well, first, let me just say how grateful we are to our teachers who have been heroic in the last 2 years. They've done everything we've asked them to do, and they allowed us to be the first in the region to get back to in-person learning, which we know how critical that is for our students, especially for our Black and Brown students. So we're grateful to them. We're also grateful to our school leaders who have been steadfast in making sure that students are safe and that their staffs at individual schools have what they need. And so our commitment to our teachers, we're proud of the fact, and it didn't used to be the case, that we have the best paid teachers, best trained, best prepared, and supported by the central office in the region. And we want to continue to make that happen. What we've included in this budget is a workforce fund, as we have in previous years, that will allow us to get to new contracts with our employees. And that is our focus with our teachers.
And if I could just add, council member, just very briefly, the rate of teachers renewing for next year is on par with what we've seen before. The chancellor works with the WTU, and they have a committee on wellness, and they watch it closely. But we're seeing the data trend where DCPS needs it to be ready for next year in terms of retention.
And we continue our commitment to increase substitute teacher pay.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman.
There'll be a second round. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Anita Bonds, followed by Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you again, Mayor, and your team. I just have a few questions because coming like number 7 on the list, many of my concerns have been already addressed, so thank you very much for that. But I'll try to follow real quickly behind Councilmember White. And my question is really, other than the Green Bank and lead and mold monies, you mentioned $29 million for that, where would I find in the budget the funding to repair aging rental properties? Because we know that that's upon us, and I know there must be some resources other than the Green Bank. And
You talking about private properties?
I'm speaking, yes, private properties where our residents live. And thinking particularly about the what we always call the naturally affordable housing that is aging and showing it.
So we did, I want to talk about 2 places where you're going to find it. First, we've worked really hard with you to make sure we had a housing preservation fund so that property owners who want to transform their properties, naturally affordable housing, can do that with updates that keeps it affordable. We've also added to the DCRA budget additional nuisance abatement money and $900,000 worth. I frequently find that people get frustrated with DCRA because they actually want them to fix things when their job is really to find the things that need to be fixed. So this nuisance abatement fund allows them to make sure that more repairs happen. I want to just confirm with my team, a couple of budgets ago, we also had a small landlord fund that people that have smaller units, I think 20 units or below,
Yes.
could also come to DHCD to apply for low cost or no interest loans to make those repairs. We expect that this may need some additional attention post-pandemic. We know a lot of small landlords who were without rent let some repairs go until they could get even. And so we need to make sure that they are supported as well.
All right, well, thank you. I was thinking very much about the Small Landlords Fund in particular, knowing that that would be an area, because we want to keep everyone who's housed. and we want to keep as many of our people, our Washingtonians in Washington, D.C. And so that's what I'm most concerned with. I had a couple of other questions. Let's see. In your discussion about life coaches, I was just wondering if thought had been given to including the business community as opportunities to work with our returning citizens in particular, and those that are sort of like on the ledge, who could very well benefit from someone who has a successful model that they could follow. Years ago in Minnesota, they started such a program, and it was phenomenally successful. And it made a lot of difference in crime prevention, as well as giving particularly Black men an opportunity to move forward, to see that there is, at the end of the tunnel, an opportunity to. So I've just wondered if we had any of that research and were thinking
Sure.
along those lines.
Our appeal right now to the business community is for employment opportunities. And the district goes first. We supplement or subsidize employment while people are engaged in our programs, pathways, and others. But we need permanent employment for them after that. We have a great model with the Infrastructure Academy where our utility companies say, if you train with us and you end your training successfully, you will have a job. And that is, we need other businesses to sign up to say after the district has trained you and supplemented your payment through that training, if you complete successfully, this is where you will work permanently.
Well, that's a very good program. I was just thinking if they start with those, if I'm a business person and I'm a life coach, I'm more likely to hire the person that I'm working with. So just thinking, how do we involve the entire community is the bottom line.
Well, council member, there's very practical, we do, through a grant from the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, the grantee hosts, Jobs Not Guns job fairs. So there are direct opportunities for employers to be able to come and be able to hire individuals who are very talented, but who society constructs a lot of barriers that are getting access to employment.
All right, I get it. You have your ideas. Okay, wondered, we've already talked about reducing violence, so where in the budget do I look for services to special education students and meeting their needs?
Well, I think that particularly you will be pleased to know that the Chancellor's vision for showing how our at-risk students and special needs students are reflected in the budget is funded here. And so for many years, we have discussed where's the at-risk dollars, where's the at-risk dollars. So this budget and the public education budget shows exactly where it is. So part of that pyramid that the Chancellor will talk to you about when he testifies is the base level of funding that is for every student. There's another level of funding for a school based on the students who are there, whether they are students with special needs, students who require at-risk funding, English language learners, all laid out very clearly in the by-school budget.
So you're saying that this is something new, that we haven't done it this way in the past? 'Cause-
We haven't shown it this way in the past,
Okay.
that's correct.
Okay, all right, very good. And where in the, let's see, what are your plans for recruiting the various trades, occupations, professionals that are needed to implement this strong plan of services, let's say in our schools, infrastructure, healthcare? How are you going to recruit? Because that is a big issue across the country. So what are we going to do differently so that we will actually get the personnel in order, like school nurses, things like that?
Well,
Bring
first
it
of all, people want to work in a great city that's safe, has great amenities and affordable housing. So everything in this budget will help us recruit great employees to live and work in the District of Columbia. On the high demand areas that you talked about, I think, quite frankly, we have some work to do in healthcare. Our Department of Health, Dr. Nesbitt, is turning her attention to how she can work with our healthcare providers to solve the nursing crisis that we have in our city and elsewhere. The market for nurses, I don't have to tell you, is kind of on its side with COVID, and hospitals and schools and universities are all competing for the same limited number of people. And how we are using our public schools, the University of the District of Columbia, to train more DC residents for nursing is part of why we made the investments in DC Futures. We want to say to our young people, we're going to get you there with the higher education that you need, but go into a job that is in demand, that's going to pay you more than a living wage, a sustaining wage to afford housing in the District of Columbia, and you're needed right now. So that's nurses, but that's all the way up the line. There are some ideas that we'll continue to kick around for licensed social workers. That's also important. We have funded for mental health in all of our schools. We have funded for additional services at some schools, but now we need the people. And I'm really actually quite concerned about being able to find the mental health professionals that we need. We are in partnership with contractors, with unions, with the utility companies who are hiring our infrastructure workers as well. And I think that there's a lot more that we can do, especially using our contracting dollars to make sure DC residents are being trained for those jobs. And there's synergy with public safety here. We were just at a site near O Street, 7th and O yesterday, where I met a young man who came home from incarceration in January. Now it's March. He worked with one of our peer navigators out of the Office of Returning Citizens that works with a nonprofit that we contract with to make sure that this young man has a job on a construction site. And he's positive and he's hopeful about what's next in his life. So I just showed you how just like a synergy of things, we made an economic development opportunity available on a site of a faith-based institution. The government did that. Housing Production Trust Fund did that. We funded Morca, who hired peer navigation, like our life coaches. We had a responsible contractor that we work with to do and provide some of these services for us. Morca did the job that it needs to do in terms of leadership, and now this young man is on a job, and he's feeling positive. Now we have to keep that work coming so that he can advance from being a laborer to being a skilled laborer.
Yeah, and not only keep that particular young man moving forward, but many others. I guess what I'm looking at is when the budget is in our hands now, and so in our hands, we're going to play with it a little bit. And this is an area that there may be some play, because there is a sense that we will not be able to gas up as quickly as we'd like to. So are you thinking that this money will stay in the buckets? And as you get individuals that fulfill these.
Gas up what? I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you're
When I say
saying.
gas up, I'm speaking of we're in a process where there is money allocated to these efforts.
Which ones?
The efforts that you just described. And my concern is when we look at the budget, it may be that there is $2 million too much in a bucket because we do not have the individuals that can actually fulfill these tasks. That's what I'm thinking.
I mean,
and I just want to put it on the table because
Right.
you know that's how it.
Well,
it
I mean, you will
unveils.
have to explain why you cut mental health.
Yes.
You have to explain that.
Yeah.
I'm challenged to go out and find the people, but you will, if you cut it, you will have to explain why you cut it.
Yeah. I just want that on the table.
I got
so
it.
everyone understands what usually happens, which isn't always a good thing. So,
Right.
thank you. I've exhausted my time, I'm sure, Mr. Chairman.
Exceeded, the word is exceeded, not exhausted. Councilmember Pinto, who will be followed by Councilmember Nadeau if she's still online.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So Mayor Bowser, public safety is on the minds of really everyone across the city, and not just of the incidents of crime that are happening, but the feeling of unsafety that so many have. Can you elaborate a little bit on how your vision to improve public safety is incorporated throughout this budget proposal?
I absolutely can, and it is the thing that I wake up thinking about and go to bed thinking about, and unfortunately, I'm reminded throughout the day if we've had difficult instances across the city. So, Councilmember, I firmly believe that every part of our public safety ecosystem has been disturbed in the last 2 years, and every part of it has to get back open, in person, 110%. And so we're committed to that, certainly for all of the offices and agencies that I oversee. And we challenge everybody else to be as focused as we are on public safety issues. So making sure that every part of the system also has what it needs is important. And to the extent that my executive agencies can support independent agencies, whether it's facility issues or PPE, whatever they need, we want to be there to be supportive. What this budget includes is a reflection of our philosophy that everybody needs the resources that they need, including the Metropolitan Police Department. I think you know that our ability to hire has been affected for 2 fiscal years. We're putting that back on track with this proposal. It will allow us to hire 347 officers in this fiscal year. I've already talked to you about our emphasis on hiring, including the MPD cadet program, which we hope is not cut again, so that we can focus on hiring DC residents and meeting the chief's 2030 goal for hiring women. We're also focused on opportunities. As you've heard, our strategy that's reflected in building blocks is focused on the limited number of people who are causing the most trouble with guns. We know who they are. We work with national experts to identify a framework to help us predict who needs the most help. And so we have identified all of the preventive measures that I've already talked about would be prioritized for those people. The places, as Councilmember Trayon White mentioned earlier, will receive the attention from our DPW and other environmentally focused agencies to improve the conditions in those buildings as well. What I've left out is juvenile crime. I haven't left it out, but it needs a different set of opportunities than I just mentioned. One thing that's new in here for juveniles is some respite opportunity, a respite care for kids who maybe have not been committed to us, maybe have been arrested, but not charged, but that we know their families are begging for help. They tell the police officers, I can't do anything with this kid, can you help me? We will have opportunities for additional diversion with the ACE program, but also the opportunity for respite at New Beginnings.
Thank you very much. And 2 quick follow-ups on that, and then I have to move on. When you say 347 officers this fiscal year, are you referring to FY 2022 or for FY 2023? How will that be felt so quickly? And then just second follow-up around the violence interruption programs and those expansions, will some of those be seen and felt in the Shaw neighborhood?
Yes, so we will be advancing a supplemental budget, and a lot of issues around safety and recreation we will advance with the supplemental. I'll ask Kevin and Jenny to talk about that. The first part of your question was police officers in hiring. I'll ask Kevin to talk about that.
Thank you. So very quickly for the Shaw area, the largest increase is ARPA money, which is activated this fiscal year as part of the expansion at the ONE's office for their violence intervention program. Shaw will be one of their dedicated areas that they're going to expand to. They'll also have funding for a floating team. So if there's group conflict with areas that are not formally part of either CURE or one's area, there's the ability to do mediation, have a presence in areas that maybe normally aren't hot but pop up for a moment in time. I'm going to ask Jenny to talk specifically about the officer numbers, but I do want to add one element that sometimes gets lost in the discussion of officers, which is even if there are, say, philosophical disagreements about the connection of officers to crime, which we think all the evidence shows officers can depress crime. We have some practical challenges with MPD responding to 911 calls. So in the past 2 years, MPD saw a decline in officers of about 200 to 300 officers. In that same time, their response times for priority 1 calls for service, so not calls that we could reasonably divert to DBH or anyone else, climbed by 2 minutes. As we're having this hearing right now, we have almost 400 officers who are standing at highway exits, waiting for truckers to come by. So we have to recognize we also have an environment of political extremism that's part of the new normal. So as much as we talk about the very critical issue of crime, residents who call 911 expect police for a crime in progress, which is a priority 1 call, expect police to get there quickly. And the kind of devotion of MPD that we saw beginning in 2017 did not go away with the Trump administration. It's here to stay. And that has to get recognized as part of the drain on MPD when we talk about the need for more officers to absorb everything that's being asked of them.
It's a really important point. And with all due respect, Madam Budget Director, I'm just going to move on just because this 10 minutes going fast, but thank you very much for those answers. I'd love to follow up with you. So about housing, thank you for the additional investments in our permanent supportive housing vouchers, rapid rehousing, a lot of the programs that hopefully will make a big difference in the lives of a lot of our residents. Can you speak a little bit, we talked about this briefly on Wednesday, but about the mobilization of these vouchers and if there's any consideration for expanding the CARE pilot program run out of the Deputy Mayor for Health and Human Services Office?
Sure. Jenny, will you address that?
Absolutely. So thank you, council members. So a couple things. So we are making sure that we can get these, get residents connected to vouchers and in an apartment or home as quickly as possible. In order to speed that up, we are working with the Housing Authority to streamline some of their regulations so that there's not as much paperwork that people have to file. We did that as a pilot with our emergency housing vouchers that we received from the federal government. And all parties involved thought that it really did accelerate. So we are working with them to do that right now. The second thing is that we are continuing to make sure that we are doing as much outreach as possible to people who are living on the streets to make sure that they know we have connections to we have housing available, and we're ready to put them in. And so you'll see in the 23 budget a $2 million expansion in housing outreach, as well as $1.8 million to really streamline the intake system. We are approaching the single system like we did families. Mayor Bowser mentioned a 73% decrease in family homelessness. The way that was possible is we went after all different elements. We went after the intake, we went after the shelters themselves, we went after the vouchers, and we are doing that and replicating that with this budget in the single system. So we expect to make significant progress this year and next year in reducing the number of persons who are chronically homeless, including those living on the streets.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. For schools investment, as you know, I'm thrilled to see the investment in the Center City Middle School, and I'm curious about the timeline for moving forward on the design phase and ultimate implementation. Why was that put out so many years? Was that just a budget allocation issue? Is that another challenge that we're seeing, and is there any way we could move that up?
Well, it is an issue. We have a lot of capital investments, and we have to try to make them all fit, and we try to prioritize where they're placed with the need, and we think this is appropriately placed.
We are also using Banneker right now for some swing space, the old Banneker, I'm sorry, for swing space for schools, and so we'll need that for a couple more years before we can really begin the work.
Thank you. Stormwater management. My understanding that we have $40 million in funding that we can use for stormwater runoff and issues like this. Is the location at Mount Zion and Female Union Band Society cemeteries, which have experienced much destruction and erosion of the bodies who have been buried there. It's the district's first Black cemetery. Will they be eligible to apply for this funding through the Department of Transportation?
That that's what we contemplated. And when you called this to my attention, I hadn't been aware of the issue. So we want to make sure it's included in, so let's figure out how we can make sure either in that fund or in another way.
Okay, great to hear. And thank you very much. I'm out of time this round, so I didn't have a chance to ask about our seniors and about the efforts to revitalize downtown. But thank you very much for the creative slew of investments. And we're looking forward to partnering with you and bringing people and business back to downtown. Thanks, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Nadeau.
Thanks, Chairman. Mayor, thank you for your testimony. As you know, through revenue raised in a reform to the district's tax code in the last BSA, the council allocated transformational investments in housing vouchers and subsidies. Can you confirm whether these allocations were kept in place?
Yes, these allocations were kept in place, council member.
Thank you, Budget Director. And how much of the PSH vouchers in the budget proposal is all new funding, distinct from the allocations council made in the last BSA and LBA?
Plus the family.
There are 500 new vouchers for singles.
That's correct.
And then another allotment, Jenny. What is it?
260 for families and 10 for youth. And those are all new on top of the allocations made last year.
Wonderful news. Thank you very much. I was pleased to see that there was $120 million allocated to emergency rental assistance and utility assistance over the next 2 years. The budget book says that ERAP is funded at $42.7 million for FY23. Can you describe how the funding breaks down over the next 2 years?
Absolutely, council member. So of the roughly $120 million, a $34 million increase was made in the 23 budget on top of the existing base to bring it up to 41. And then the remainder of the funding is set to be allocated this fiscal year. So we expect about $80 million to be available this fiscal year through a combination of federal funding that we've been receiving through the emergency rental assistance reallocations. We got our first 17.7 million about a month ago, and then just 2 days ago, we got another 12 million awarded from the federal government. We have also been providing contingency cash to DHS so that we can ensure the program keeps moving while we were waiting to submit the budget and waiting to hear from the feds. And then the remainder includes local funding that we put in the supplemental. And we did actually put this in the emergency supplemental that we submitted to the council, and we are asking you to consider that for expedited approval.
Are there specific amounts allocated to rental assistance versus utility assistance, or is it a large pot, single pot?
It's a large pot, council member, so that the agency can best determine how to split that out. I should also add that we continue to have increased investments in our LIHEAP program at the Department of Energy and Environment through the American Rescue Plan that is separate from this ERAP funding.
Great. I see that the Family Rehousing and Stabilization Program received an enhancement of $44.4 million. Is this a commitment to expand the number of individuals who may qualify for the program, or will it allow for continued extensions for participants beyond 12 months?
It will allow the agency to continue to work with our residents who are in rapid rehousing to make sure some of the other investments we've made in the TANF programs and the other program, I'm forgetting that
Career Map.
People to work and not lose their benefits to see how those are working. So yes, it would allow the agency where in cases that are warranted to extend.
Okay.
And that program here is the Career Map program
Career
that we
Map.
funded starting this fiscal year.
Right. Excellent. So this could then assist those who are currently have gotten notice of an imminent exit from the program, or this is for the future?
This is for the future council member. So we have been working very closely with the Department of Human Services has been working very closely with all those families that have received notices. We have been actively connecting many of those families to supports when they qualify. So permanent supportive housing, targeted affordable housing. Every single one of those families has a dedicated caseworker. Every single one of those families gets 6 months notice before any changes happen. And we've found that we're actually able to connect a lot of people to long-term supports, and we will continue to do so.
Thank you. Can you shed some light on how the CARES pilot program is funded within DMHHS's budget or through other agencies? My understanding is there isn't a singular line item. So where does the funding come from?
Well, the funding is part of the work that the Deputy Mayor's Office does and the outreach workers who are working with our unhoused population and the work the DHS does to connect people to permanent housing and the work that DPW does to assist around the city. So it is throughout those budgets.
So what we had seen in the initial days and weeks of this pilot is that the existing outreach workers in the street outreach teams were pulled from other assignments in order to assist with this. Is there additional funding in the budget for street outreach and caseworkers to go with the CARES program, or will we still be tapping the existing resources?
So the FY23 budget does include a $2 million increase to outreach to help address the need to, make sure we can get all across the city to let people know about all of the services and housing that we have. It also includes additional caseworkers. I believe it's about 27 to help with the additional work needed to match people to housing.
And are those all in the DHS budget?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I was pleased to see the funding of the Developmental Disability Eligibility Reform Act of 2021 set to begin in FY24. Is there a reason the implementation is being delayed until FY24?
There's no delay until FY24, so we will have to check on that. What is happening is that the Department on Disability Services will be using some of the home and community-based waiver funding through the ARPA legislation. They will be using that to hire the necessary workers. So that should begin on October 1. We don't need to wait. And if there's an error, we'll correct that.
Great. Let's see. Could you provide an update on plans for possible hotel conversion for affordable housing and subsidy housing? Is that reflected in this budget?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
Possible conversion of hotels. Is that something that we're looking at in this budget?
Which hotels are you talking about?
If there's any funds for converting hotels into affordable housing or subsidized housing.
Thank you, Councilmember. So we, in this year's budget, in FY22, and Council approved, there's $51 million for acquisition. Part of that is funded with ARPA dollars. Part of it is funded with federal grant. We did put out a solicitation asking for proposals. We have some more work to do. We didn't quite get the proposals that we think we wanted, but that $51 million is still available, and we plan on utilizing it to purchase some kind of properties to be able to convert to more housing.
Great. Looking forward to seeing more of that. As you probably know, the domestic violence has been an issue in the district and continued to increase during the pandemic. DHS and domestic violence organizations play an important role in providing critical services to survivors, especially housing, which there is a lack of for survivors of domestic violence. But why do we not see an increase in the DV line in the DHS budget? And can you discuss the process in making that decision? Because I do think it continues to be an issue every year.
So, Councilmember, what we have done is funded a significant increase in domestic violence housing support through the ARPA budget, and that is actually funded through the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants Administration. There was last year $12 million recommended for this fiscal year, and then there was not funding to continue into '23. We did add another $4 million into FY23 in the OVSJG budget to make sure that we could continue to provide additional supports, because we know that there's been an increase in incidents during the pandemic. You also will see an increase, overall, a net increase of about $7 million in OVSJG's budget for additional services for victims of domestic violence, but also sexual assault and other abuses.
Thank you. I think I'm only going to get one more in, so I want to ask, the Board of Ethics and Government Accountability has been in need of new facilities, and we have heard from DGS that they have identified 1030 15th Street as the preferred location, and I understand there's an LOI in progress, but I didn't see funds for that included in the volumes of the budget book that we've seen so far. Is that in there somewhere, their lease?
Yes, council member, I think it's about $370,000, and it's in the DGS budget, where we typically put most of our leasing costs.
Yeah, we saw a line that said proposed local fund increase of 21.4 million in the rent in lease division. So it's part of that, perhaps?
That is correct. Yep, absolutely.
Great. Okay, well, I can't get another one in. So thank you very much for your time, Director and Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. Councilmember Silverman, and then I see Councilmember Allen is here, so he'll follow.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, good to see you again, and congratulations to Budget Director Reed and City Administrator Donahue. So in the end, the point of spending $19 billion is to improve the lives of our residents and businesses. I think we can all agree, to make them better. And I think we're really good at spending money. We're good at allocating money. We're good at spending money. But I'm not often sure that our spending actually meets our goals of making the lives of our residents better. And so that brings me first to housing spending. So I agree with you, Madam Mayor, and our residents agree that we need to make housing more affordable. We do. We need to make it affordable now, as well as in the future. And therein lies the rub, I think. The Housing Production Trust Fund, in which we're putting, I think, $500 million into in your proposal, has been the subject of a lot of scrutiny, because a lot of money goes into it, and it hasn't met the production of the deeply affordable homes we desperately need. And again, for this allocation of $500 million, we need the money spent efficiently and effectively. The Inspector General and the DC Auditor have raised concerns about the trust fund, about political favoritism. I think it's clear that developers benefit from the fund because it fills that gap. But I do think there's an argument that it's unclear how much, especially our really lowest income residents, benefit from it. But I think there's a solution here, and the solution is sunlight. It's transparency on the selection process. I think that will build the confidence perhaps that this council needs to put this amount of money into the fund and to make this clear to the public. So if our housing agency needs to diverge from the income targets, we're talking about the lowest, the deeply affordable targets, or the scoring ranking, because these are all scored, the council should be notified. And, I think that's not unreasonable. And that gives us, as council members and the public, the understanding of why these choices were made by you. And that we can work to address issues why perhaps you need to diverge. That there aren't vouchers available. That's been an argument in the past. And we can work together on that, instead of it being a source of a lot of speculation and investigative reports and so forth. So, Madam Mayor, I'm asking you, can you support this approach? There are two bills in the Housing Committee that get at this issue of transparency and sunlight, and both making the scoring transparent as well as the reason for diverging from the income target, the rankings, and the income targeting. And can we get your support on that so that we can spend these dollars in the trust fund well?
Well, we do spend the dollars in the trust fund, council member, and so I want to be clear. You've said a lot, and I certainly won't get ahead of the council's process. You have
Okay.
bills, you deal with your bills, and I'll let you know what I think about them. But for sure, I want to be clear that we have spent 7 years, $1 billion, and we will spend another $500 million, $500 million, making sure that we're producing new housing. If there's questions about how we spent from the Housing Production Trust Fund, we always spent on housing that was below 50% of AMI. If there's some question about if we spent between the buckets below AMI because there was a new mandate created by the council without the vouchers to go with it, okay, we can talk about that. But I don't want anybody to think that we haven't spent money the way we said we would on affordable housing for DC residents. The bottom line is this. The number one concern that people have that would make them leave this city is how expensive housing is. We must not do anything that slows down the pace of production. A lot of questions have been asked. Are you going to be able to get money out the door? Right? I've heard that from a number of council members. And now what I'm hearing from you is another impediment to getting money out the door.
That's not what you're hearing from me.
What we need is fewer impediments of getting money out the door.
So let me be clear, Madam Mayor, that I guess I wasn't clear, so I'll try again. What I'm saying is the trust fund hasn't met the income targets by law. It never has. That's a fact. That's not my interpretation. That's true. Secondly,
But be
there's been,
clear
and
about-
let me just, I waited for you, Madam Mayor. I'm just asking for the same respect in return. What these bills do is build confidence in the trust fund by creating transparency. You know as well as I do that both the auditor and the inspector general, two investigatory agencies, took a look at a round of funding and said, why in a ranking of 20 projects was the 20th funded? Now, there may have been a good reason, and what this bill says is, if you choose the 20th project, then just explain to us why, so that we have an understanding. Is it about vouchers? Is it about an inability in the end to execute the financing stack? So I want to be clear, and this is what's confusing in the housing world. We can build housing, and we can call it affordable. But in this city, there's a big difference between affordable for a worker at CVS and affordable for, somebody who is District DS 12. There's a big difference between affordable for $80,000, $90,000 household and $30,000. And we haven't built the housing for the $30,000 households.
We also haven't built the housing for firefighters and teachers and government workers who we need to recruit. So I appreciate your questions. We have advanced our policy priorities in the Budget Support Act, and that's how I would answer your question. We've also advanced our budget priorities in making sure that we can get to an additional 2,700 units of housing. And I don't think anybody here would suggest that we don't need those units of housing. And I have to reiterate, because you said it twice, that what the auditor and the inspector general pointed to was how we spent money between the buckets of below 50% of the AMI. And that is deeply affordable housing. But I also want to call the council's attention to, we try to call on many tools when it comes to affordable housing. It includes what we spend in the Housing Production Trust Fund for 50% and below. It includes the Housing Preservation Fund. And it also includes how do we get to good middle income housing in all parts of the city, not just in Ward 7 and 8, and also in Ward 3. So we're proud of the work that we have been able to do in that regard. And now, I suggest to you, is not the time to take our foot off the gas when it comes to building housing.
So that, again, I feel like we're ships passing in the night here, because that's not, I keep trying to find common ground, and I feel like you keep trying to find division where there's not division. The issue is, we're going to spend this money on housing.
Good.
We need to spend it efficiently and effectively. And this is about production, you're right, but people are telling you, and you said this, Madam Mayor, on Wednesday, people are saying, I'm going to leave the city now. So we need to think about all of the tools that we have in the housing toolkit and what is going to best serve, again, bettering the needs of our residents. But I want to move on to another transparency issue. I want to highlight something that gets, again, at a lack of I don't want to use jargon. So we and the public just don't understand how we're spending our dollars to meet the needs of our residents who are contributing into our taxpayer fund, our tax base. But let me focus on federal spending for a minute. So we got a lot of federal money, this American Rescue Plan money, and I want to point something out here. So I'm labor chair, as you know. A lot of that spending last budget we put into transitional employment programs like Project Empowerment to help people get into jobs, better their lives. Again, that's the point here. That's why we're here. So we're halfway through fiscal year 22, the current fiscal year, and by what I can see, the Department of Employment Services has spent less than $8,000. And it's only, and then you say, well, there's obligated money. My understanding is the obligated money is $5 million. Of the $30 million council has approved for these programs. And that's where people get cynical, Madam Mayor, because we know that people need to get into jobs. And this money's there for that, but we're not using it for that. Why not?
Go ahead, Jenny.
So Councilmember, we are using the funds for this. Now, one thing I will tell you is that we have struggled in COVID to be able to provide job training when you need to be in person. And we are now at a point where we have our restrictions lifted. We are able to gather more safely indoors, and we have people feeling more comfortable about coming in the door to experience our job training programs. It is also the case that it does take a little bit of time to ramp up. It takes a little bit of time to ramp up these new programs and make sure that we can get through all of the different hurdles. And that's part of the reason why we have asked you all for 2 modifications through the BSA to be able to start to get some of this money out the door faster, because we know the infrastructure bill is coming. ARPA is just the start. The infrastructure bill is right behind it, and that's $3 billion at least we have to get out the door over the next 4 years. So what I would say is that we're ready. Any resident that wants a job training slot, we have slots open. We're ready to take them. But we have experienced challenges with people signing up because they don't want to be in person.
I'm out of
Or
time.
the employers aren't in person.
And I understand the explanation you both give, but, we need time to ramp up, but our residents they're out of money. So I'm out of time, and I'm out of time, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Silverman. Councilmember Allen?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Mayor, Director Reed, City Administrator Donahue, and everybody else. As I mentioned, I'm going to try to spend my time today walking through a couple of items. I think very importantly, as I've heard it touched on by several of my colleagues as well, we're going to spend a lot of time in the committee in the upcoming hearings, really digging in the details about how this budget is going to be able to fully fund public safety and how it helps fully fund our response to something that I know is a shared priority. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time today on that because I know we'll be spending hours and hours and hours in several hearings coming up to do just that. So I wanted to use my time today to talk about a couple other issues that I may not be able to get to in those committee hearings. First off, Ms. Mayor, I appreciate that within the budget that's being proposed, there does seem to be several investments made related to safety on our streets, and specifically pedestrian safety, cyclist safety, motorist safety, ways to make sure that it doesn't matter how you get from point A to B, but you can do so safely. And we've seen that in a time where we have watched an increase in the number of fatalities on our streets. I wanted to ask specifically one investment you have, $10 million per year. I believe you categorized it as a quick build, essentially trying to move temporary safety measures into permanent safety measures. Could you talk about what is the scale and scope of those projects? And what I mean is, how many projects should we expect from a $10 million investment per year?
Well, Councilmember, thanks for that. I think you are aware of how DDOT and our Vision Zero office has categorized high crash intersections and high crash corridors. I believe here we have focused on the 15 that are of highest concern. And those 15 would get several different treatments. The quick build that you've mentioned, things that we can do immediately. And I see those as quick changes to the roadway that don't require major engineering. It could be speed bumps, it could be hardening the turn, it could be moving the stop sign for better sight lines, it could be removing some block to the sight line. So there are changes to the physical space that don't require major engineering. The other treatment that they will get is additional enforcement that can happen electronically or with more people. And so this budget includes the addition of over 100 crossing guards at school sites. Our MPD, Chief Conti, has also committed to additional MPD deployment around schools during entry and dismissal, and more just coordination among those groups. Finally, the longer term engineering, construction, design, community input processes are much longer. And we have included those improvements with planned and new streetscape improvements. In our budget will list exactly where those can happen with the overlay of the high crash intersection and corridor information.
And if I could just add, Mayor, council member, so the 10 million investment year over year, this means we can do 5 times more sign and flexi post replacements than we currently can, and we'll be able to do 20 hardened intersections per year.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I think that we can have DDOT be able to be quick and nimble to go in and make some of those temporary improvements, the bollards, the types of things that can make very quick improvement. But I also know that at some point we got to be able to get out of the plastic bollard. And when we recognize that it's actually made a safer intersection, go ahead and move that conversion forward. So I'm looking forward to learning more about that and how we can deploy those dollars. But again, I think we've got to be able to act quickly and nimbly, but also we've got to be able to move beyond the plastic bollard and be able to make those changes permanent. And that's at least the way that I'm reading this. And I'm looking forward to learning more about how that works. There's another, as I looked at some of the housing and economic development part, I haven't heard a lot of discussion yet, but I think it's a really interesting piece. And that is, I believe you're proposing about $1 million for the heirs property legal services. You know, one of the things I talk with residents all the time, I just talked with one yesterday, where longtime homeowners in DC, when someone unfortunately passes away, it just sends the entire property and estate into disarray, as there's not a clear estate planning or a will. And unfortunately, longtime property ownership gets lost. And when we're talking about generational wealth, especially when we're talking, because this most often is happening with our lower income or our older Black and brown neighbors. When we talk about the generational wealth that needs to be built, when we talk about the gaps that exist, I'm intrigued to see how this can work. And I was curious, is this going to be something that is granted out to an entity, or is this something that's going to be run by a DC agency? Can you talk a little bit more about how you see these dollars actually getting out to provide those legal services to protect those families and their housing?
I anticipate that it will follow the model that we've used with our immigration, justice, and legal grants, where we find trusted community partners that work with communities to get those grants out. You will remember that I created the Immigrant Justice and Legal Services grants in the Donald Trump era at $1 million, and this budget invests $3.5 million and is helping a lot of people be secure at home here in DC. This one, as you know, for the heirs property assistance, we want people to be thinking about how their property transfers, and we want them to be able to protect it. And so we will look for a trusted provider, whether it's AARP or the Urban League has helped us with, and who are used to working in Black and Brown communities and working with seniors. That's who we would be looking for.
All right, that's great. I think it's something that's incredibly needed, and I think that this will have a big impact, especially when we talk about older and more vulnerable households. So I appreciate seeing that. Within the economic recovery, there's also $5 million helped us to help businesses renovate office space. And in what way, could you talk a little about how you envision or what your proposal is of how we're expecting businesses, essentially what qualifications are we looking for who gets to renovate office space? Is the idea that we're having people be able to renovate their office spaces into other uses so they can convert an office into a retail or housing? Or is the idea that this is changing an office setup, just recognizing that we're going to likely see offices change with a more telework model?
Thank you for that question, council member. So we will be modeling this program and eligibility off of our COSM program, which we are excited about, that helps recruit and retain businesses here in the district. And we are looking at using these funds. These will be office to office conversions. So these will be looking at current office space that we can help make modifications to attract those businesses, as I think all of us are rethinking office space as we come out of the pandemic.
Okay, got it. All right, I appreciate that, Director Reed, because I was trying to understand if this was more of a conversion or if this was that rehabilitation renovation space. Okay, thank you.
And if I could just add quickly, council member, I think that we've thought a lot about kind of what we're losing in the downtown, and we haven't spent enough time thinking about what we can gain. And we may gain, and this is the reason why we want people to be able to convert their spaces. We may be able to gain employers, nonprofits that have never thought about being downtown before. And this may be the opportunity where they can come downtown. So we want them to be able to compete with some of the suburban spaces that have new spaces. And we want people who didn't think about downtown or didn't think they could afford it or thought it was too crowded, they can think about the downtown now.
Yeah, it's a great point. And I think somewhat related, the way in which we also activate our public spaces is going to be part of what helps create a very dynamic and attractive space that helps support our businesses and that recovery. I noticed there was an investment of $750,000 to DC musicians to play in public spaces. And I think that's great. I think the more that this budget, supplemental budget, can also find ways that, in the grand scheme of things, low impact dollars can have a high impact in our communities that really activate our public spaces. And I think it goes beyond our businesses. I think it helps impact public safety, helps impact vibrancy, to really activate our public spaces, public plazas, public parks as much as we can. Last question as my time runs out. On the education front, we've talked about this in our oversight hearings related to how as a school moves out of Title I, they lose a lot of the support that they need for many of their out of school time program or other programs, but they still have 39.9% at-risk students. Is there anything in this budget that helps address that cliff effect that we're seeing as a school transitions, but then still leaves a very significant number of students behind in terms of having access to the type of OST programs and other types of supports that I think really have a great educational outcome?
Yes, council member. That particular issue was addressed and was a high priority of the chancellor's in constructing the budget he put forward, specifically in the new budget model that does two things. It increases the amount of at-risk and equity funding that schools have. It also makes sure that funding follows the student so that you won't see the kind of cliff effect that you just described. As at-risk students go up and down in a particular school, say up 10, down 5, they would get funding consistent with what that student needs and allow for the community to be able to transparently track that funding.
Okay. I know I'm out of time. I expect that'll be something I want to kind of keep working on a little bit, because I think the feedback I'm getting from several schools is that it's a step in the right direction, but it may not fully address a lot of their needs and their families' needs. But since I'm out of time, happy to follow up with that and continue working through the budget hearing. So thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Mayor, and your team.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. So we're now going to start the second round. I got a request before the meeting or hearing began for a real quick break in case anybody needs to stretch their legs. Madam Mayor, we asked you to be here for the first round. It's totally up to you whether you stick around for the second round, so.
Thank you. I'll bid you adieu.
Okay, so
Thank
let's
you.
just, like, I'm going to say 2 minutes, which probably
All right.
means a little bit longer.
I leave
but-
you in very capable hands.
Okay, so I'm not even going to gavel this. We'll just sort of take a 2-minute break. We're going to resume. Just so everybody's clear on what's going on, we've had one round of questions with the mayor present, and by prearranged agreement and practice, the mayor was excused, and she didn't want to stick around for the second round. I mean, she was excused. And so we will now begin the second round of questions. I will have a few questions, and then I'm going to have to excuse myself for a meeting that I have, and Councilmember Pinto will be presiding for the rest of the hearing. And thank you, Councilmember Pinto. So I'm going to start with this question here on the archives. I thought I heard Ms. Reed that the budget was the same for the archives for FY23. This is the proposed CIP, as it was what we adopted last year. But actually, while the total is unchanged, the dollars move around. Instead of there being $41 million available in FY24, no, I got that wrong. The 41 million is being moved up. So can you just say more about what's going on here?
Sure. So last year, the approved budget had the design work starting for archives in 23 and then construction in 24 and 26. So there was a gap year, and so we moved the 26 funding up to 25. So now it goes design, construction year. And then again, the total amount is unchanged. If they go and do the design and it comes in at a higher price, then we would have to look to adjust the construction funding next year.
Okay. I have a question concerning the Department of Buildings. And maybe this is to the city administrator, who's going to testify in the budget hearing for them?
My assumption is Director Chopra,
Okay.
but it's an issue until you ask me, as my assumption going in, unless there's a reason
Okay,
otherwise.
so you'll give it some thought, because I believe we have the budget hearing scheduled for DCRA and Department of Buildings the same day.
Mm-hmm.
Now, my staff did some quick looking since the volume just was posted today, and I am concerned about a couple of changes, a couple of lines where there are changes in FTEs. So construction compliance, which my understanding deals with illegal construction or stop work orders where there's been a violation of the permit. The number of inspectors, DCRA right now has 81 in the, DCRA has 15 in construction compliance, which is probably not enough. But the Department of Buildings, for which this will be a primary function, will have only 3. A reduction of 12, which if I do the math real quickly is like 80%. The other area where I have a concern is with housing rehabilitation, which if I remember correctly, the housing rehabilitation division is the employees who are called on to, when there's something that needs to get fixed, like real quickly, or something that's really dilapidated in the neighborhood and it needs to be fixed, that's who does it, the housing rehabilitation division. DCRA has 32 FTEs and Department of Buildings will have 18, which is almost a 50%, probably a 40% reduction. Can you speak to this?
So council member, these must be just either from the change, right, into the switch to licensing and consumer protection and buildings, FTEs just maybe not being allocated properly, because we did not reduce any of DCRA's FTEs. In fact, we added to them. So what we did is followed the funding requirements from the FIS, but then also added funding for making some of their illegal construction monitors full-time positions. We also added another 8 code enforcement positions, both at the Department of Buildings, and then across the 2 agencies, we added additional FTEs for improved customer experience. So what we'll do is we'll go back and we'll work with CFO and we'll just look at the FTE counts and make sure that they're aligned properly.
Okay, please, if you can do that before the hearing, that would be great, which is next week. On someday, next Thursday, the 24th, if you can do it by then.
Absolutely.
But the table that I have that my staff gave me indicates that there are only two lines of vacant property and rental housing inspections where there was an increase. And the total increase of the two is 14. So according to this, it's a net reduction.
Mr. Chairman, Eric Kennedy, I think I know the issue, and we'll look at it as soon as I leave here. I'm waiting for someone to respond. I think, and it's a position budgeting versus additional requests where we put the FTEs in, but you're going from a dump, you're using a dump? Oh, a table?
The budget book.
Okay,
My
all right,
staff.
okay, I'll look at it. Thank
Okay.
you.
And my next question is to Dr. Lee. Repayment of loans and interest, $163.1 million is a cost driver. What are your assumptions there?
Could you repeat that question, Mr. Chairman?
Repayment of loans and interest, it's a $163 million cost driver. What are your assumptions behind that?
Increased borrowing, that's the gist of it.
Entirely that? You didn't make any changes with regard to the interest rate?
Well, even if we did, it's still overall increased borrowing, and it didn't slow down the increased borrowing. It may have adjusted the total amount of outlay, but it's still due to increased borrowing.
Okay, I'm probably going to come back to you with that. I also had a question concerning DGS, and this might be for the city administrator. So this was another cost driver, 81.3 million additional for DGS, if I'm understanding this correctly. And as you know, the council in the past has sometimes disagreed with the mayor's proposal for DGS. So can you explain to us why these dollars are necessary?
Yes, and I'll, so in constructing the budget, we actually look back on the history of DGS's funding going back about 8 years. And I know from very recent years, DGS has always needed contingency reprogramming to be able to fund basic maintenance. When we went back further, we did see that DGS as an agency would have funding, typically about $11 million removed from it after we submitted the budget. Before COVID in 2020, we had constructed a budget before COVID came that was trying to finally level set DGS to have funding consistent with both its leasing and maintenance costs. Then the COVID hit our revenues, and so with this budget, we're trying to realign DGS's budget so it can fulfill the basic functions that people expect of it. There are leasing increases that reflect leasing obligations that we have. The largest one, though, that we focus on the most is the increase in school maintenance budget, particularly around HVACs. So DGS, which I had mentioned earlier, has inventoried all of its assets and know what they need. They have we provide a funding for this fiscal year for them to have 10 contracts geographically divided up to be able to maintain our schools much more effectively, as well as a QA/QC function to make sure that the work is getting done as it's described. So the funding here is essential for us to be able to respond to the facilities, conditions, and needs that they have. Final thing I'll mention is that we build, as you know, beautiful new schools and buildings that require comprehensive maintenance contracts so that sometimes very expensive capital investments we've made are maintained. So this also level sets those comprehensive contracts to match what we know the need to be in the building. So to date, DGS either hasn't had them or have had those comprehensive contract levels at a point in which they would max out the contract quite quickly in the school year.
And I would just add, in addition to what the city administrator said, so maintenance, leasing, there's also, in addition to DCPS maintenance, increased investments for maintenance in our firehouses and our MPD stations, as well as our DPR facilities, and in what we call life safety fixes needed across the portfolio. There's also there's a significant energy increase of about $10 million, just because we are seeing higher energy costs throughout the district government.
So if I'm upset over DGS not making repairs to schools, and then I turn around and reduce this, I'm going against exactly what you're trying to fix.
If DGS's budget gets reduced, there's no fat here. We have it aligned, and DGS can walk back the dollars to specific assets and the cost of maintaining the assets. And we're happy to work with you and the council to make sure those important investments, every question gets answered so the money can get preserved.
One last question. There's a BSA subtitle that the School Safety and Security Amendment Act that changes a policy the council adopted before. Do you want to speak to that?
I'd be happy to. And what I'll say, it's a position the mayor is very passionate about, as is the chief. And I'll just say, from certainly my experience as deputy mayor for public safety for 6 years, I've been in many community meetings where people have talked passionately about police. It's hard for me to remember one where someone talked about a negative experience with the school resource officer. So what the chief has said, and what I believe, is that we know we need officers that are trained to work with kids, that have regular interactions with schools, that have existing relationship with school leaders and students. I think when we make the decision, as the council did, to zeroing out school resource officers, I believe two things will happen. First of all, what it means is that there will be no one from MPD that will have a dedicated, trained person who maintains relationship with schools. So the school leaders need to know when their students are having active conflicts with each other or other groups. If there's something happening in community that needs to be known by the school leaders, that information is often shared by the school resource officer. It also doesn't change calls for service to schools. Schools will still need police for unfortunate circumstances. Sometimes it's custody disputes between adults. Very often, though, there can be violent acts that happen at schools. And the difference without the SRO program is the officer responding to that call for service, which is going to happen anyway, will just simply not have an existing relationship. And I actually think it will lead to more instances of, it'll be much more difficult to de-escalate situations when the police officer coming, that the school leader asked to come, doesn't have the relationship that the SRO currently has with the students. So it's going to lead to better outcomes. The school leaders want it. And I think it's a national issue that has manifested locally without thinking through the implications of it.
Thank you. I'm out of my time, and I'm turning the gavel over to Councilmember Pinto. So I think Councilmember Allen is next on the list while you're coming forward. Councilmember McDuffie is no longer here. Councilmember Allen, if you're here. Councilmember Allen. Councilmember Lewis George. Thank you all very much. Forgive me for having to run off.
Thank you. I want to start with schools as well, but I want to talk about the Safe Routes to School program. I'm not seeing any specific enhancements of the Safe Routes to School program within DDOT, and we just had a hearing on this earlier this week, my Safe Routes to School Act, and it was my hope that we see more investments in the budget to expand their capacity for evaluating, recommending, and implementing safety infrastructure improvements around our school. Are there plans to expand our Safe Routes to School program in this budget?
Just for clarification, are you talking about this, the program run by the Department of For-Hire Vehicles?
No, that's different. I do have a question about that, but that one's different. This one is about we have a Safe Routes team housed within the Department of Transportation who evaluate our schools for safety infrastructure. And currently that's a small team, and it's going to have to be expanded in order for us to reach all the schools that we have within the Safe Routes to School Act. So I wanted to see if you have plans to expand our Safe Routes to School program within DDOT in this budget.
Thank you for the question, council member. So there are two initiatives that relate to the Safe Routes to School. First is the additional 100 traffic control officers / school crossing guards. That will provide crossing guards to every school that has requested one, plus some additional crossing guards for additional needs that we haven't heard yet. The other is that investment that I mentioned into the 10 million a year for the quick builds. That allows us to make some immediate fixes to streets and intersections when we have problems while we wait for the longer term fix. So those are two related investments. The Safe Routes to School continues to be funded with about $2.5 million of capital funding at DDOT.
Okay. I think we're going to we will have to expand the program in order to meet the needs of all of our schools. You all know we had an unprecedented year with young people in our city, specifically around schools being hit and some of them being fatal. I know on Wednesday you said the full-time crossing guard positions would be a 6-hour-a-day position, I think 3 hours in the morning, 3 hours in the evening. Can you say more about this shift? Is there any reason we're not making them full-time, like 8 hours per day with responsibilities supporting the school just during the day?
It is the long-term goal to be able to convert everyone to full-time, so we're making a large investment of that in this budget. There will still be some part-time safety techs, and the additional hours was recognizing that we have incidents that occur just before or after either the beginning or end of school, and as feedback that we got looking at the data and also from the experience of the part-time officers themselves. So we're shifting much more full-time. We'll still have some part-time. The long-term goal, though, is to go all full-time.
Okay. I think one of the issues is that we need more full-time crossing guards, and the hours for which the 3 hours here, 3 hours there was becoming one of the issues where we're having retention issues regarding that. I wanted to know, is there a commitment that with this budget, I know you just stated this, but every school will have at least one full-time crossing guard. Now, I heard you say for the schools who have requested one, and so if a school hasn't requested one prior to knowing about this additional funding, would this be made available for them as well moving forward? I think we heard in our hearing on Monday that a school had their request for a crossing guard and was denied because the location was too dangerous. And so is that going to still happen? I'm trying to get an understanding of what additional traffic safety steps can be immediately added to the school areas like this to make it safe for crossing guards to work and to help the children get to school safely.
Absolutely. So the placement of school crossing guards is driven by a couple of things. First is how many routes, like major routes, there are to the school. And then, of course, there's a focus on the schools, like our elementary schools, with the younger people traveling. So what we have are requests from schools. Sometimes they need more than one. Right. Some schools need 2 or 3. And so for every request we have funded those. Plus, there's an additional 15 or to 20 that are not specifically allocated yet, but we're waiting because we know we'll get additional requests between now and the start of school.
Okay, great. That's what I wanted to know. I see we have this investment in 170 new automated traffic enforcement speed cameras. Georgia Avenue, which I know you agree is one place. We'd love to see better enforcement investments to make safer for our residents. But I do have a question about where these cameras will go, how soon we can expect to see these cameras online, and sort of is there going to be any engagement with ANC commissioners, the council's office, and will we have enough to go near all of our schools particularly?
I would expect there to be quite a bit of engagement with the community leading up to it, and the agency, DDOT, will base the placements based on the greatest impact they can have in protecting pedestrians and preventing traffic crashes. So the agency will work with communities in doing that, though.
Okay.
We have our commitment for that.
I wanted to talk a little bit about infrastructure funding. I'm excited to see the electric vehicle and bus electrification enhancement in the budget. What's the plan for the bus charging station expansion citywide? I know there's been some issues with our bus services not having that for charging. And what about carports? What are we seeing, and how much additional electric buses will be able to purchase with federal and local electrification funds?
What's in this budget, you'll see, is we're building the infrastructure needed to electrify. So there's an investment on the South Capitol Street and as well as the Clay Brick Road maintenance facility where we can also store and house the electric buses and also provide them with power. We're also replacing a number of our circulator buses. As to the question of building out a network of locations throughout the city, particularly in turnaround points for them to be able to make sure they're properly charged, we do look to the infrastructure bill that we know will have robust funding around electrification to be able to provide funding for that grid and network.
And I would just add, Councilmember, DOEE, Department of Energy and the Environment, is currently working on a master plan for electric charging infrastructure, both on the private and the public side. And that should be released fairly soon. And that's going to guide that $17 million investment that's available through the infrastructure bill and how we build out the network in the city.
Okay. And while we are sort of making our transit fleet greener, are we putting more green into the pockets of our drivers by way of pay parity for our circulator operators? Is that built into our budget with the circulator contract?
We have not made any changes to the circulator contract, so any negotiated wages as part of that contract would be funded, but there's no changes that have been made to it.
Okay. I'm going to move on, but I do think our circulator drivers do need pay parity. And so we'll need to find a way to work with the contract and the budget to make that happen. I know there's been a lot of sort of, I guess, staffing positions moving around in these budget books. So maybe they don't read like entirely clear, I guess, in terms of what an employee's role or scope of work would be. So I just want to get a sense if you can explain sort of in layman's term what is happening in the budget books and accounting software with the interagency FTEs, like where are these positions going and how should we understand impacts of agency capacity? And what do we need to, I guess the public needs to understand about these changes. So for example, I see there's a complete elimination of staffing for a single-family residential rehabilitation program. Is that correct, or is there an accounting matter and those staff will now be accounted for elsewhere? Or similarly, I think we see enough, we're seeing that across the board. So I just wanted you to explain it so that when we see these, as we're dissecting through the budget, we know what that means.
So I'm going to let the CFO go into details on here, but we have changed the way we're budgeting intra-districts, and intra-districts are now only budgeted in the buyer agency instead of the seller. Is that right, Eric?
Right. So Eric Kennedy, Deputy CFO, OBP. So the intra-district relationship used to be a two-sided relationship. You would see budget on both sides. You don't see that any longer. If you look at the table 7 in whatever chapter you're looking at, it talks about where those FTEs were, and that's where they are now. And if you go to the executive summary, because if you look in the chapter, the first paragraph after the first table, it'll tell you go to executive summary. There's a table J, and it shows you where they were and where they are now. So they didn't go away. We changed the type of transactions that we did because of our new financial system that's coming online. So, and if you want, we can set up something and give you and your staff a briefing.
Yeah, I think everybody was confused, including, advocates, et cetera. Everybody was like looking like, did they just zero out all our FTEs here? And I think, so you're going to hear that across the board where people are seeing FTEs not there and thinking that they're eliminated. So I'm glad the public is hearing it for public, so they can hear now where those funds are and sort of how that's working.
Sure.
So I appreciate that. And then my last question, can you confirm there are home visiting funds in the budget for the CFSA and Department of Health home visiting programs that support new parents and young children? For the prenatal and infant health programs in DOH, it looks like the budget is being reduced by the rough amount of the home visiting program budget amount. So I just wanted to check that these programs are still there for both agencies.
I believe that there was some one-time funding added in the current budget to increase the funding for those programs. And so what you see is the discontinuation of that one-time funding, but the baseline funding should still be there. And we can follow up with what those baseline levels are and how it's different from 22.
Okay, great. And this is not a question, but Ms. Reed, if you can follow up with my office and all of us, I think, on the childcare budgets, because it looks like we are reducing the subsidy payments by more than 80 million if the 18 million from pay equity funds were misplaced. So I think that means our subsidy funding for fiscal year 23 is less than fiscal year 20 and 21. And I just want to be sure we're working with the right funding levels.
Absolutely. The overall child care subsidy budget is up over FY '22. And I think from 116 to 127 million dollars. We can follow up with a breakout of all the, because there's so many different types of funds that go into it. So we can follow up with you on that.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. Councilmember Gray, are you still with us virtually? Councilmember Gray? All right, we'll give him a moment to join, but I'm just going to read the list in order of everybody coming up next so people can plan accordingly if you're on the virtual space. It will be Councilmember Gray, if he's here, then Councilmember Henderson, Councilmember Trayon White, Councilmember Robert White, Councilmember Bonds, and then myself. So next we have Councilmember Henderson, followed by Trayon White.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto. Okay, I only have a couple of questions because I want to save the rest for the agencies. Some of them are programmatic questions. But this one I think is right up your alley, Director Reed, and it's specifically around, going through the budget, we noticed new divisions within the agencies entitled, quote, District Recovery Plan. Is this to track the ARPA funding? This wasn't here last year.
Yeah, so we wanted to make it easier to see the ARPA funding. We worked with CFO so that it was hard because with the local revenue replacement would show up in the local budget, even though it's ARPA money. And so we wanted it all to be in one place. So what we did is worked with the CFO to move all the ARPA money, regardless of what type of money it is, all of that state and local fiscal relief into one program in each agency so we can clearly track it.
Okay, so what we have in sort of our summary is about $472 million across 37 agencies. Does that sound about right in terms of ARPA funding for FY23?
No, the FY23 funding I think should be about $1 billion. And so what we need to do is make sure that we're showing all that. It's probably because some of it's tagged in federal.
Okay.
And what you see in the chapters is local. So we'll work with CFO to get a comprehensive table. We will be putting out an update to the document we produced last year.
Okay.
That shows how we made minor changes, but shows any changes we made to the ARPA plan and where it's budgeted. Anything else, Eric?
Yep. So as Director Reed said, that's correct. You have two pots. You have the federal pot, and then you have the local portion, even though it's federal money, but it is now what we consider to be local replacement funding, so it's in local. We can get you a table anytime
Okay,
you
so
want that includes both.
So anything that we're seeing tagged as district recovery plan should be local replacement.
Well, you would just look in the local portion of the budget chapter. So on the table 5, that where it says the local subtotal, that's the local. Everything outside of that will be tagged. It will be federal payment, federal grant, anything like that. But we can give you a table if you want to break it out. So even though you have those new programs, those programs capture the money. It houses all the money. But within those programs, you have different fund types. And so we can give you that breakout so that you don't have to go through the tables.
That'd be great.
Okay.
Yeah. And Councilmember Lewis George also asked for a similar table. So just to clarify, agencies wouldn't necessarily be able to just pull from this line item. All of the stuff, like within that fund, there's still either personnel or contract or non-personnel or fringe or whatever in that. Okay, great. But while we're on this topic in terms of ARPA funding and the local revenue replacement, is there a plan in place to ensure that we can backfill these activities in the out years of the financial plan once the ARPA money is gone?
I'm so glad you asked that question. Yes, there is. This is very wonky, but there's a growth rate sheet that the CFO produces, and if you look at the growth rate sheet, you will see in the individual agencies where we know the funding's going to continue. So think, especially like the Homer DC initiatives, the building blocks initiatives, you'll see we added local funding where the grant money would run out in '24. So
Okay.
it is built into this budget
Okay.
and financial plan.
Okay. And so I guess to the point of an earlier conversation that the mayor was having with one of my colleagues around spending and money running out, how confident do you all feel about the burn rate in terms of ARPA dollars? Overall, right? I'm sure some programs are using it more than others. For instance, right, on the housing front, it's gone. So I'm curious from an education standpoint, even the gun violence prevention work, right? I remember Director McFadden, one of the things he was talking about was, trying to get that money out the door. I know even DBH has some issues getting money out the door when it came to opioid stuff, even though that might not have been ARPA, but you know what I'm saying? So like how confident do we feel like we're not going to have to send some massive check back to the federal government?
So we're definitely not going to send money back to the federal government. We appreciate them, but we like that money. So what we've done a couple things. So one is that we have really stood up a robust process internally where there is funding both in the city administrator's office, in the CFO's office, in some of our key support agencies like the Office of Contracting and Procurement, OCTO, and DCHR, as well as there's additional funding in the Office of the Inspector General to really do the oversight and accountability work that needs to be done.
Mm-hmm.
We have set up internally a tracking and monitoring tool where once a month agencies report to us on how they're achieving the program launch.
Yep.
We've also invested in an effort we call launch evaluation and monitoring, which is really helping agencies get the money sort of set and ready to go, and then keeping an eye on how it's doing. What I will say is that it's a lot, right? There are a lot of new programs. It's a lot of new things for agencies to set up. And so, the first couple months, it did take a little while. But people are now really raring to go. And I think you'll start to see that money get out the door much faster. Okay. The other thing we did when we sent the budget last year, we only budgeted through the end of '24. We actually have until the first quarter of FY25 to spend the money.
Okay.
But we wanted to build in a little cushion time, just in case. But we are laser focused in the CA's office, and the city administrator has made it a priority, as has the mayor, that we keep an eye on that spending and we watch it.
Okay. Okay. And we've talked about this before, so maybe this is going to be an update. But how does the public track how we're doing on this? I know, you obviously produced the report for the federal government, and I'm not going to lie, I've looked at the report because you sent it to me. It's dry. But is the online database tracking, how is that going? How that effort is going?
Yeah, so the public definitely can get access to all the reports that we send to the U.S. Treasury Department, which we're required to do on a quarterly basis to update on our spending. There's also an annual report we are required to submit on the performance of the programs. All of that is available publicly. The second piece is we continue to work on our internal dashboard that we are set hopefully soon to make public facing, where we'll be able to show the public our progress in our spending in a more user-friendly way.
What's the definition of soon?
I'll have to get back to you on that.
Okay. All right. And I just want to go back really quickly to the 472. So we use that from, and maybe this is for Eric and your team. We got that number from the data dump that you all sent over. So if it's supposed to be over $1 billion, then we got to find some dollars. Okay.
Councilmember, I could be thinking of the current fiscal year number, and so.
You're talking about, is it $1 billion over 4?
No, it's $1 billion this year.
I'm sorry. It's not $1 billion in '23. So I think you're talking about '22. Yeah, I think you're talking about 22. But we have less and less to spend. It goes out to 24.
Right.
So a good portion of the overall amount that we receive has been spent or now is obligated until such time as you decide to make, or if you make any changes.
Okay.
So, but that'll be part of the table. So you can see this, what that looks like.
Okay.
Okay.
I really quickly want to ask about the DHCD budget, because I'm trying to understand what's happening here. And I'm going to ask Interim Director Hubbard at his hearing, but it's nearly half of what it was in FY22, or at least that is what is showing in the books. Nearly half of the FTEs are anticipated in FY23 in comparison to FY22. Now, I see that 80 of the FTEs are removed due to the revisions of the inter-district transfer process, which has been explained to us from the CFO's office, but it's not clear to me why FTEs are also being removed from key programs like the single-family rehab program, which is zeroed out, or the contract compliance division that was reduced from 7 to 1 person. Why would these FTEs in these key programs be cut?
So we'll go back and do like a more thorough analysis, but just off the top of my head, the Housing Production Trust Fund supports a number of FTEs across different divisions in DHCD, not
Right.
just acquisition and development. And so it is probably related to that shift of the intra-district. We did not remove FTEs
Okay.
from DHCD, so it's either a shift to federal funding or SPR, or it's the intra-district, but let me get you specifics.
Okay, and Madam Chair, just one other thing, just in terms of as we are heading into the hearing portion where the public is going to be commenting, and obviously now with all of the books being posted online, we'll have the public who are sort of weighing in on their own. Mr. I don't know if it's a CFO thing or if it's a city administrator thing, but if someone can do a more layman's term explanation for the public around the change on inter-district transfers and the buyer versus seller agency situation, I think that will help save us a lot of time in terms of people who will read the book and say, oh no, we're losing 20% of our funding without realizing that it's probably just with DGS or something to that effect. So I don't know if you have a layman's term explanation document that we can provide to the people, but that would be really helpful.
We have talking points, but they're still pretty technical. So what we can do is let us work with the council's budget office.
Okay.
To try to come up with something that's more palatable.
Okay.
And we can go from there.
And council member, we also push out a lot of design for the public documents to explain the budget. So we'll take this feedback also and try to find ways to incorporate explaining shifts that the public may not understand in easy to understand language.
Yeah, because I just feel like that's the number one thing. We were like, they're losing X million of dollars and not fully getting that we've made this switch in budgeting. But thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. I'll just note for all of the data requests that have been made today, they could just be sent directly to our budget director, Jen Budoff, who can then circulate it to all of the members and our staffs to keep things simple. So next up, we have Councilmember Trayon White, followed by Councilmember Robert White.
Yes, thank you. Just to jump right in. I see in the Mayor Marion Summer Youth Employment Program, it's $21 million in funding. Does this insinuate that it's going to be year-round funding? And is there anything different that happened in the previous years?
I think what you're seeing is a wage increase we're providing to participants in both the SYP program and all the city's training programs. We're increasing the wage of the participants, give them some more money, and also attract more people to it.
What about project empowerment? Because right now they're making less than minimum wage as relates to their wages.
They will now make minimum wage, council member.
Thank you.
And all of these wage increases will actually start this year on July 1st.
Great. I would like to know what those wages are, not at this moment, but at a later date. I did notice there were about 330 million for rehabbing, I guess, public housing, like 1,500 units. Do we have a list of which properties will be rehab? Because I guess 2 years ago, maybe 3, I saw a list of all these properties that was going to get tore down. Then I saw Tyrone Garrett in like 2019 saying he had money, all this money to renovate these properties behind the residents to work on them. And so now I was just at Starter Tours yesterday, and I noticed there were a lot of vacant units. And so do we have a list or idea of what properties we renovated so we can get people off the streets and into these houses?
Yes, council member. DCHA and our office worked very hard over the past year to put all the assets for the Housing Authority into the asset management system that allows for us to get to a much more transparent level of detail, the specific properties and the types of renovations that we made at them. And that's a list that can be shared both with you and the public. And Director Reed will mention some of them right now.
Absolutely. So there's 2 components to that $330 million you mentioned. $110 million goes directly to the Housing Authority, and it's in 3 big buckets. There's $11 million in FY23 for a new repair and maintenance fund. So we want the Housing Authority to have access basically to like small cap investments because we know we can't always plan for when things go wrong throughout the year. There's additional funding for project management so that they can have the necessary infrastructure to execute. And then the remaining funds are for 8 different properties that serve about 1,500 units. We will follow up with a specific list, but I'll mention 2 that are in your award, which include Highland Dwellings and Knox Hill.
Knox Hill. What about Woodland Terrace?
That is not yet on the list, council member.
What about Starter Terrace?
The 2 that I mentioned are the 2 in Ward 8. The remaining projects are in Ward 6 and Ward 2.
I was in Carver Terrace the day before yesterday, and they had a resident council meeting with Brenda Donald, and they were outraged at just the kind of response they were receiving about people not having answers to when they was going to get their properties fixed up. You have anything on Carver Terrace, 21st?
So there's not for those 2, although there is the $11 million repair and maintenance fund for general improvements that we don't have specifics on how yet that will be allocated. So that is something we can follow up with the Housing Authority on. I think too that the mayor may have mentioned this a little bit on Wednesday, but we finally have, thanks to work with the CFO's office and the Housing Authority, we actually have an inventory now of every single Housing Authority property and all the assets in it so that we know how to develop a long-term repair and rehabilitation and modernization schedule for them. And what we are funding are all of the properties that need to begin work in FY23. And we have to balance that a little bit with what the Housing Authority can do in a given year. There's only so many projects they can take on. They also have to relocate people. So unfortunately, we're not able to do every building all at once, but we will certainly provide you with the list. And then, Councilmember, if I could take this opportunity too, because I feel like I wasn't very clear with you before about the Berry Farm project, and just wanted to flag.
Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. So that $110 million is going to fund 270 of the 480 replacement units. This is on top of 100 replacement units that are already occupied by DC residents at Matthews Memorial, Sheridan 1, and Sheridan 2 developments. The remainder of the units, the 3 remaining of 250 will be done in phase 2, which is actually beyond the capital plan. As you know, this is about a 10-year project. And then the other thing I just wanted to mention was that we are currently waiting on council to approve an alley closing for Berry Farm so we can start phase 1 of the project.
Thank you. The mayor and I, Deputy Mayor John Felchecchio, spoke about the Infrastructure Academy and their desire to put DC Prep in the facility at Wilkerson. And we discussed doing some retrofitting with the Northeast location and having a location in Ward 8 in conjunction with the Reunion Square project. And I did not see that in the budget. Did I miss it? or where's the money allocated to ensure that the infrastructure academy in which the Ward 8 residents fought so hard to keep in the ward to provide equity in job training and careers stay in Ward 8?
So the infrastructure, so the funding for the Reunion Square build out is included in the budget. I believe it's actually included in the DGS budget, but I will get back to you on exactly where that is. But we are still on track to open up that space in Reunion Square.
And do
then
you
the
know how
funding,
much? I think, and before you answer that, I think some of the miscommunication was about where and in what phase. And I spoke to 4 Points, Curtis Brothers. It was not clearly communicated. So can you tell me? I know you said it's in DGS budget. Do you know how much? Because we want to research and find that.
I'm going to have to get back to you on that, council member, and then also your question about the phase and timing.
Okay. The budget includes 7.5 million to attract transformative businesses and 3.4 million to help small and medium businesses grow. I think I saw 1.5 million for pilot activities on vacant commercial spaces. How are you going to decide how the funds will be dispersed? We can guarantee that disbursements are equitably considered in the RFP process.
So that's a great question, council member. And you'll also see in the Budget Support Act, we are recommending making some changes to, this is our Vitality Fund, I believe that you're referencing, to make it easier to get the funding out the door. So there will be a competitive process for the funding. And I believe that DEMPED is getting close to issuing a solicitation, but we'll get back to you on when that solicitation is out, so you can see what the requirements are.
Thank you. And I saw there was roughly $250 million to create what you all coined in the PowerPoint presentation as an annex at the jail on the CTF side. Is this eventually going to place the CDF facility?
Council member, the vision is to effectively close the CDF, recognizing that with this annex, we want the DC Correctional Campus to be able to both house residents in it, but also be able to have space for folks in the Federal Bureau of Prisons to be able to come back. So it will be closing the CDF when it's completed. Okay,
you got a time frame for that at this moment?
I believe the work for the CTF is in FY 26 through 28. And I'm sure, having spent time in this with the advocacy around this, that there'll be a lot of look at how that vision should manifest in the design of both the annex and also the renovations we have to make to the CTF so it can house all different types of residents, including all the ones that are currently at the CDF.
And I'm running out of time, but I wanted to jump to the school-based mental health. What is going to be new as relates to this 3.8 million for school-based mental health and this additional 7.3 million for sexual assaults? I don't know what that means, but can you explain that to me?
I will. So for the additional funding for sexual assault allows for the full implementation of the SAVRA Act. Specifically, that act calls for much more access to advocates for victims of sexual assault who are teenagers, and allows for that advocate to be with that victim throughout the course of their connection to service and possibly the prosecution. So it allows for the implementation of the SAVRA Act.
And the expansion in the school-based mental health program has 4 different components. So 50 new clinicians to provide more than one clinician to schools that have more needs. It also includes about $300,000 for high-fidelity wraparound services to expand to another 6 to 7 schools. It does include about 8 FTEs in the Department of Behavioral Health to help manage and track and do oversight and accountability work on the program now that it's become so significant. And then lastly, it includes about $300,000 so that we can develop a good workforce pipeline to fill these roles. And this is through partnerships that we have with American University and University of Maryland to work with our CBOs so that we can get students right after they graduate from college and get them into our schools.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember White. All right, back to me. So for FY 2022, you propose that $113 million of our unrestricted fund surplus be transferred to the district unemployment fund. And it's my understanding that that's usually the bucket of money that's transferred evenly between PAYGO and our HPTF. So what factors informed that decision to make that switch this year?
That's a very good question. I'm glad you raised that. Prior to the pandemic, actually, there was an assessment, independent assessments does about the long-term solvency of the unemployment insurance fund that pointed out that the base wage that is taxed to fund the unemployment insurance program is a long-term structural imbalance. Obviously, with COVID, it was greatly taxed. It has come back in part due to the continued resurgence of our economy. The $113 million is specifically there to allow for the funding to get up to the point where it could be able to withstand another recession. So if you read any headline, you know we have both high inflation, a very hot economy, which are two conditions that raise the prospect of another recession. So it allows for us to maintain solvency in the program and be able to absorb any drain we would have from an uptick in demand if we were to have a recession. So that's why we have it in there. And ultimately, we do that to avoid a payroll tax increase. That would be the necessity if we did not have the funds in the UI trust fund to be able to withstand those demands.
Okay. And is that attempt to build up resiliency towards a recession a new need this year that wasn't previously addressed, or because it's been drawn down in other ways, it has a greater need?
As you know, our unemployment trust fund was drawn down by the historic need for it during the pandemic. Prior to that, though, there was recognition that there were long-term structural questions about whether over the course of time, the wage debate was appropriate. It was possible we would have to look at long-term raises to payroll taxes. So the fact that we would set aside some additional surplus would allow for us to avoid a payroll tax increase and have a trust fund that would be able to meet the demand and be resilient to changing economic circumstance.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. So how does this budget improve programming and opportunities for seniors? I've spoken already about today the need for a standalone Ward 2 Senior Center, which we do not have, but putting the Senior Center aside, how does this advance priorities for seniors?
Thank you for that question. So there are several investments in this budget that aim to help our seniors. So the first that Councilmember Bonds mentioned in her opening statement is the reduction in the property tax cap, so from 5% to 2% for those qualifying seniors. Next is we are making an increase in our Safe at Home program, about $425,000 to be able to expand, get more seniors in the program in two ways. One, we used to look at the entire household income when determining eligibility. Now we will only look at the senior's income to determine eligibility. So that should open it up to more participants. The second is we are expanding the qualifying factors, which is really based on fall risk. And so we're expanding that to like a broader set of CDC recommendations, which will also bring in more participants. We are very committed in this budget to ending senior hunger. And that's done in two ways. One, there's about $750,000 in gift cards or like debit cards that we will be giving out to seniors so that they can purchase food at wherever they choose, grocery store, online, however they need. An equally important investment is technology. So there's 2.6 million to provide tablets to every single senior that is currently served by our home and community-based meal program. And the reason why that is so important to ending senior hunger is sometimes when people are alone, they don't eat. They don't eat unless they have company. And so this allows us to have more interaction with seniors and be able to sit with them at meals, even though it's virtual. In addition to that, we're continuing our $1 million expansion in our Connector Card program, which also provides debit cards to seniors so they can take any transportation mode of their choice. And we also include another $630,000 for fresh food, fresh produce delivery that was started last year and has been wildly successful. And in addition to that, there's $500,000 for free dental services for seniors whose incomes are at $140,000 or below.
Wow. Well, thank you very much. And for those watching at home, Budget Director just did that from memory. So pretty impressive. Does this budget maintain or increase funding for our senior villages?
It maintains funding for senior villages. We do not have a significant increase.
Okay, thank you. This is more of an operations question, so maybe to our city administrator. What does this budget do to address our problem of overflowing trash cans that we continue to see throughout the city, particularly in our commercial corridors?
It adds funding for more positions at DPW to be able to address that. We have seen, as you know, an increase in overflowing litter cans, in part because more people are at home. So the trash that they may typically accumulate when they're going to work in person, if their household trash is filled, they may take it to the corner litter can. So this allows for us to do more frequent passes, which we started this fiscal year, but the funding for positions will allow for that to be sustained in the FTEs as just part of the course of DPW doing its work.
Okay, and is there any effort to increase the amount of physical trash, litter or recycling bins that we have in public spaces?
Let me look at that and be able to get back to you on that question.
Okay.
But I recognize the needs you're identifying and asking the question.
Which brings me to a item in the budget that I noticed, but I'm not sure if I read it properly, which seemed to be a reduction in the clean teams through DSLBD, which, as you know, do a lot of really important work for trash collection and pickup in partnership with DPW. Is my understanding inaccurate, I hope?
There should be no reduction in clean teams.
Okay.
Every clean team that was funded in this year's budget is continued in next year's budget. We'll look at what the discrepancy is and let you know.
Okay, thank you. When can we expect to receive the supplemental budget proposal?
You should have that. We filed it, I believe, yesterday in the Secretary's office. What you don't have yet and will be submitting through the Council Budget Office is our narrative that accompanies the legislation, which we hope will help make it easier for people to understand the changes.
And is there a timeline for receiving that narrative?
That should be by Tuesday next week.
Okay, thank you. We've spoken a bit today about the need for creative solutions to support our existing businesses, to attract new businesses, particularly in downtown spaces. And I think there are a lot of great ideas in here of not just one big bucket of item, but a lot of different approaches to try to do so. What are the ways that this budget seeks to specifically support Chinatown residents and Chinese businesses that have really suffered over the course of the last real decade, and of course over the course of the last 2 years?
Thank you for the question. So I think that part of what the investments that we're making in the economic recovery space are really about getting people back downtown in any way we can, right? So through bringing more workers back to the office, creating new attractions, and that'll be a competitive grant that will be awarded to different entities to create really like family attractions to bring people into downtown. I think another really important event that's going to start this year and we continue to fund in the budget is our signature Open Streets event, which will run up and down 7th Street Northwest and pass by that crucial corridor for some of our Chinese businesses. And so I think that by bringing more folks downtown, then we get more customers in the doors of those businesses.
Okay. And in our last couple of seconds here, I'm really excited about a lot of the infrastructure investments that we see. Can you speak a little bit about the positive effects that some of these projects will have on achieving our climate change goals?
Absolutely. I mean, the really exciting thing is that not only does our local CIP continue to advance a lot of the great work the district has already done, but we're going to be able to build tremendously on it with the infrastructure bill. So I think you heard me mention we've already reduced greenhouse gas emissions by 31% at the end of 2019. Through this budget, we are making it easier for people to get around and safer for people to get around, not in a car. So by foot, by bus, by bike, all these investments help make it easier. We're also electrifying the fleet, as we talked about earlier, and building in that necessary infrastructure in order to make sure that we can charge those vehicles as they need to move around the city. And then there are significant investments in making our buildings more energy efficient and more resilient, so meeting those building energy performance standards.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. All right. Well, with that, we are going to conclude today's hearing. It is 4:54 p.m. on Friday, March 18th. And thank you so much to all of our teams for today and to Mayor Bowser and her team, Madam Budget Director and City Administrator and our CFO for all of this huge work and being here with us today. And we're looking forward to staying engaged over the next couple of weeks. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Councilmember.